Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced world, managing service parts efficiently is essential for businesses. SAP SPP is designed to streamline this process, ensuring smooth operations and customer satisfaction. In simple terms, SAP SPP is software that streamlines how companies handle service parts in their supply chains. It ensures the right parts are stocked in the right amounts, precisely when needed to meet customer demand while cutting costs. Service parts planning is critical for businesses, with over 70% facing availability challenges, leading to increased costs and decreased satisfaction. Effective planning directly impacts customer experience and profitability by ensuring timely availability, enhancing satisfaction, and boosting the bottom line. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP SPP, including its features, benefits, and implementation best practices. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. SAP SPP Overview. 2. System Landscape. 3. Tactical Planning. 4. CIF Interface Configuration Checklist. 5. What is Focused Build? Let's dive in.
So, if background comes from the APO side, definitely it is an added advantage to understand the SPP because it's also one of the part of the APO module. So, when it comes to the SPP, if you go into the APO, we find it various modules like DP, SNP, GATP, then we have PPDS, core interface, everything is there. These additional modules, SPP, the service parts planning. Why this has been introduced by the SAP? That is because of the specific needs of some of the automotive industries. So this model is made for those engineering and automotive industries where they deal with high number of service parts. So just imagine, so your finished products are very less in number, but when it comes to the service parts, it's getting multiplication of number of SKUs. So when you go to the any aftermarket service industries, you will find millions of service parts. So, for example, just imagine you have purchased a car and you gone for the maintenance after 10 years and you find it, okay, the particular service part is not available. So that way you will face a lot of issues. Of course, the particular dealer will lose the customer loyalty, business and all. Even you are not able to use your car because this particular service part is not available for 10 days. So this kind of issues always comes in the after service market businesses, and that's how SAP, along with the Caterpillar and Ford combination, they have studied all their issues what they are getting after service part market business, and based on that, this SPP solution got developed, and that is why we call it as a service parts planning. It's a APO module only. So the guys who are aware on the APO concepts like DP, SNP, GATP and all, they can very well relate. But the thumb rule is do not compare this module with other modules. This is totally different. The master data point of view, you can say, okay, it's all good. It is kind to be, you go using the similar kind of master data, some of the transactional data, but the concepts wise, the SPP is totally different. And you should not compare, okay, in DP, this is where we are doing it, why not in SPP? In supply network planning, we are running this heuristic engines, we are getting these results and all. In SPP, it is different. Yes, SPP is totally different. Base is common, but the way you are going to run all the SPP, you will find it out very interesting and all, because it's a totally new concepts for you guys. So my request is to, learn the basic things. I will go very, normal pace, because we do have some of the freshers also who are the participants, and again some of the experienced guys. So, as I mentioned, the Caterpillar and Ford is the first company to implement this SAP SPP solution. And why do you need this separate solution? First reason is high number of service parts. When you compare the number of finished products in the automotive company with the number of service parts of their primary products, the difference is huge. So you will find the millions of product master in SPP. Maybe when you go to the FMCG industries or some other industry, the number of products is in hundreds or thousands or in lakhs. But here in SPP, I have seen the billions of products also as a part of master data. So because of this, you could imagine the data load when it comes from the ECC to the SPP, the number of jobs running on the SPP platform, how much time it would take to finish those jobs. So it's very complex because of the nature of the business and the number of products and location combinations involved in SPP. And the another factor is, even though your primary finished product has been ended, means the production is already stopped, but you have to make sure that service parts are available even after 10 years, right? So for example, the Mercedes Benz, the guarantees that availability of 10 years of after the production end date. So that way you have to make sure the service parts are available and it's there in the stock. So what it will give you the advantage or disadvantage because of this? You have to always make sure that high number of service parts should be available in your multiple warehouses, right? So but is it advisable, this huge number of millions parts you are going to keep in each warehouse? No, right? Means you cannot keep every service part in every warehouse. Think about the inventory cost and the transportation cost and all, so that is not possible. So the main thing is in the service part is decision where to keep these parts available in which warehouse. The stocking decision is very important. If you have 10 warehouses, doesn't mean that every part is available, should be available in 10 warehouses. So few parts will be available based on the demand in one warehouse, few parts will be available based on the demands in the other warehouse. So the stocking decision is the important factor of service parts planning. Then it comes to the sporadic demand. So that means your demand is unpredictable. In some months it would be zero. In 1 month it will show 100 pieces is required and all. So you cannot predict that demand, and mostly the service parts are slow movers. Okay, it's not always your vehicle will get break down and you need this parts on daily basis. It is like, once in a year or once in a month. It is highly unpredictable when do you need this service part. So because of this, you have to make sure that your safety stocks is also available for this particular service part, because you are not able to predict it. So the sporadic demand is one of the major feature of the service parts planning, because the service parts are kind of seldom, okay, and that results in a sporadic demands. There are service parts which are fast mover as well, but more the SPP comes, it's a slow mover versus fast mover. Slow mover always wins, okay. many service parts are slow movers as well. So I was talking about the availability of that service parts and safety stock has to be available in case suppose the bottleneck of machine of production downtime, and because of that your complete factory is shut down, then you cannot wait 5 more days to get that service part available, then repair your all the machineries and start your production. It's a huge loss to the business, right? So that means service parts has to be available immediately. So the importance comes of that parts when the complete breakdown happens, right? And that's how the safety stock is more important when it comes to the SPP. Then another another thing I would say is the service parts production. See, this SPP is differentiating your main business, that is the production of your finished products, and plus the other business is your service part business. So it's a totally two different entities. The production manufacturing whatever you are making as your finished product is a different part, and your service part business is a different part. So I'm just trying to explain why we have to go for the service parts planning. So this particular module is external procurement, no in-house production. So that is one of the major difference between your other modules and the SPP. So it was always the external planning, no in-house production will be there. And the one of the major reason is also profitability, right? You can think about the service parts business, it's always in profits, because the your particular vehicle or particular machine that will go in this maintenance part almost 10 to 15 years, so it always gives the major profit when it comes to the service parts business. So these are the some of the factors why SAP has come up with the different module altogether for the service parts planning. So let me start sharing. So SAP SPP is an advanced planning optimization solution offered by SAP, designed to support the companies is managing their supply chain processes efficiently. So all the APO modules, it does the same thing. So every supply chain modules try to do the planning, implementation, controlling of all the supply chain operations efficiently, right? So similar way, SPP is also trying to do the same thing, but for the specific industries. So it enables business to effectively plan and optimize their production and procurement activity, ensuring the availability of materials and resources to meet the customer demand. And main thing is that we have to see the how to minimize the cost and maximize the service level. So in service parts planning, the main thing is the right part has to be available at the right time to the right customer. So that is what importance, how efficiently we can make a use of SPP to build a proper supply chain networks. So these are the some of the features of SPP. So in SPP is nothing but your planning tool. The way the other DP, SNP models are also operating, it has also several several features like forecasting and all based on the demand history. So it also does the forecasting. Then the SPP does the inventory planning where you calculate your safety stock, economic order quantity, distribution requirement planning, that is the DRP, which is similar like the SNP concepts, which tells the system like, okay, how much needs to procure from the supplier to replenishment within the networks. So deployment, like within a network, how to deploy the quantities and all, inventory balancing, and analytics and monitor some of the reports. So these are the several features of SPP. One thing I can tell you, this APO modules has a different DP, SNP, PPDS and all. Combine all together all these modules functionality you can see in SPP with the respective of different functionality. Going forward, you will understand how it happens and how this has to run in the system as well. So moving on to the SAP landscape. So you guys are already working as a part of some of the APO projects. So it's nothing new for you guys, right? What is the landscape? And so tell me, Aditya, what is your landscape in your current project? I mean, what kind of architecture is there? Development, quality, production, or do you have any other systems also? Or Arti? You both are working on same projects, right? Aditya, Arti? See, again, from the project to projects, this landscape will differ. I mean, the when it comes to the production support, maybe you will have one more this development, quality, pre-production, then production kind of landscape. If it is a project systems, you may have development, test system, quality system, and production system. It's again, it differs company to company how the projects are running, but normally when it comes to the landscape, we have three tier. So typically it's a development, quality, production, and the client would be different based on again your customization, the way it has configured and all. So this is how the normally the landscape would be used in the products. So development, where all the consultants do development plus the customization as per our company requirement. Quality, where all the testing would happen from the IT side as well as from the business side. And the production, we know it's all live system where all the changes would be moved after the go live, and the data will be available to the end users and business stakeholders. So production is considered the priority and used by the thousands of users because it's a stable environment and all the functionality has to be utilized by the end users. So product so that is why production deployments are very important, right? So when you are moving the changes from the development to quality, quality to production, all the testing has to be happen in the quality so that we are very sure that when the changes move from the quality to production, nothing would break in the production because it is all tested fine and there are no issues, and hence the go live would be smooth enough. So the in development system, you do perform all the project changes, all the fixes and all, and that's how it will be moved to the different system again based on the environment, whether it is a test environment or quality environment. And all the configuration also will be done in the development system along with all the above developments, Fiori developments, whatever it is. So all the testing would happen in the quality system only. So like all the UAT testing, functional testing, unit testing also you can perform in development or some others testing if you the way it has been defined for your projects is all going to be taken care in the quality testing. Why? Because the quality system has a good enough data actually it should be the copy of your production system, so that you will have the exactly the same data what you have it in production, and then you can perform better testing in quality because you get a live data. And that's how all the UATs are signed off once the testing has been completed in the quality by the business users. So this is all overall summary: development, quality, production. So the ongoing development activity, fixes, routine changes you can do in this development system. Quality system, functional acceptance testing, integration, end-to-end cycles, all the interfaces that you can test it. Because if you have some middleware or third party systems involved in during the testing, in the quality those connection would have been established, and that's how you are able to complete your E2E testing also in the quality. And once the go live happens, all the changes are in production, so the day-to-day activities will be performed by the end user. So this is how the normal scenario when it comes to the SAP systems, right? Development, quality, and production. How the system refreshes are happening? See, the development, we do not have a good data when it comes to the other systems, because everybody was trying to do some of the POC, they create their own data and try to do all the developments or configuration. So the refresh and all, it is normally do not happen in the development environment. So whatever the initial installation of the software and all, whatever the continuous nature of ongoing work, that way it will continue in the development. But when it comes to the quality system, the refreshes are on regular basis from the production, and then you will have the good enough data to test your all the changes. And yeah, of course, the production, you never refresh it. You make a copy of production to the other test system. So these are the SAP transport requests, right? How you are moving the changes from one system to the another system using the, and now there is a solution manager tool, right, which is taking care of all your transport creation, movements, validations, tracking of each and every objects, the conflicts, the cross object references. So most of the companies are using now solution manager as a tool to make this all transport movements. Of course, we have the like normal SE10 and all SE09, all those things to transfer the objects from one system to the other. But the more disciplined and the streamlined way is the solution manager. So if you get any chance to in your project, it would be having the good opportunity to learn how these transports are moving through the Solman. So that is one thing. Normally, and nowadays many organizations are moving into the solution manager concept. So otherwise, yes, Basis is one of the team who makes this all transport movement and releases the changes into the production. So this was all about the normal scenario, like how your system landscape has to be, like development, quality, production, and what is the use of those system landscape and how the changes should move, what kind of testing has to be performed in the QA in development system and all. So it was a generic details which every functional consultant should be aware. And since you guys are already have some experience, so it's something nothing new for you guys. But again, project to project, it may differ as well, some of the concepts. Now let's move on to the SPP overview. So as I mentioned, there are various modules in SPP. We can call it as a sub-modules. Okay, SPP is a combination of 5 to 6 different sub-modules, and that's how the SPP becomes a bit complex when it comes to the APO, because whole process are identified into the sub-modules and everything is integrated solution. So SPP is divided into the tactical planning, operative planning, and the execution process. So before going to these details, so in APO, what and all you can see as a architecture is like you have BI, you have CRM, you have EWM, XI, ECC. It's integrated inside the APO, right? I mean, you should have the data transfer from ECC to SPP. So that means ECC has to be connected to your SPP system. There are some goods issue, goods receipts are happening in EWM system. So EWM has to be connected to your SPP system. Sales order as a demand history data is coming from the CRM. So that means CRM has to integrate it as well. So when it comes to the SPP, it is not a standalone module. You have to have the different modules along with SPP to run all the processes within the SPP. So it is a CRM, BI, EWM, ECC, then we do have the ICH, or you can call the SNC, supplier network collaboration, which is nothing but it's a tool, web tool to view all the details of stock, products, and all. So it's a concept as well. So this is all has to be available when it comes to to the SPP. You cannot run the SPP like okay ECC, module or SD modules. It has to be highly integrated with all other connections. So if we are not going to talk about all those integrations and all, we are more focusing on the SPP part. So in SPP, you can see the tactical planning, operative planning, and execution. When it comes to the tactical planning, you can see it's a capture demand history. Capture demand history that you can do it from the either CSV file upload, you can use the ECC, you can use the CRM, and you get the demand history. And why we need a demand history? Forecasting won't happen. So one of the feature of SPP is forecasting as well. So you have to capture the demand history from the various sources, and based on that demand history pattern, you can run the forecasting. So it's a similar like DP only. DP also we get the demand history, you run all the forecasting, first order exponential smoothing or average, moving average, all the similar kind of process is also there. So additional forecasting model is available for the SPP, but again it is inherited from the DP only, most of the forecasting concepts. So we need a capture demand history, first point. And then that demand history can be changed also based on the various reason. Maybe end user think, okay, this demand history for this particular month is not correct. We may have certain promotional activities. The demand history should be more to get a proper forecasting. It may change also. We have a different realignments. It may change. So manage demand history is something where original demand history that will get changed due to the various reasons. So that we will check it out in the further slides. And the other point in the SPP is stocking and destocking decisions. you have the several thousand parts. Whether to stock these parts in particular warehouse or not, that decision is very important. So that is taken care by the SPP in the submodule called stocking and destocking. So once you have a demand history, you have managed the demand history, so you are good to go for the forecasting. We have a different forecasting models to run the forecasting, and then you find the forecast results as well. So then for once the forecasting is done, then you can go for the economic order quantity and safety stock level determination. So that gives you the optimal inventory planning solution in the SPP. So now, if you talk about the tactical planning, you get the decision about stocking, destocking, forecast based on the demand history, safety stock, and economic order quantity calculation. So that is what it's happening in the tactical planning. When it comes to the operative planning, so operative planning, it's a DRP, that is distribution requirement planning. It determines what is the required procurement quantity depend on the stock and demand situation. It's check how much is the current stock, how much is the demand. Based on that, the external procurement will happen through DRP. As I mentioned earlier, there is a no in-house production, it's all external planning. So the DRP will take care of those calculation, and then procurement proposals would be generated. Procurement proposals are nothing but your schedule agreement proposals. So it will say, okay, this much quantity is required from this supplier on this date to come to replacement or fulfill this particular demand. So those procurement proposals needs to be approved. Once approval is done, then the particular execution happens, and then the supplier will get the notification. Supplier can send the ASN. Based on the ASN, the posting of goods receipt would happen. All this happens in a procurement execution. Now goods receipt, so that means your stock got added up. So based on that received inventory, the service parts are replenished to the warehouse in the deployment process. If you want to do the lateral stock transfer between the warehouses, then you have to go for the inventory balancing. So in both the cases, deployment and inventory balancing, the stock transfer orders are getting generated. So this is how the overall operative planning and the executions happens in the SPP. So as I have said, we are not going to discuss most of the integration perspective. We will focus more on the SPP perspective. What are the various functionality SPP have it, and how to operate the SPP with different submodules. I will take a pause. Any questions on this particular overview? See, you may not understand now. I don't want to give the more details as well, because it's just an overview, right? So going forward, you will come to know all these details one by one. But this is the famous slide when it comes to the SPP. What is SPP? These are all components all together is the SPP module. Okay, everyone is back. Hello. Okay. What about Arva, Santosh Kumar, Vishwadeep, Arti? You guys are back? Let's wait for a minute. Okay, let's start. So we have seen till now, just a recap, what is the need of SPP as a separate module, why SAP has introduced this module as a part of APO. Then we went through the some of the system landscape concepts, how the development, quality, production has to be set as, and what are the various features involved over there. We just discuss about the SPP overview diagram. So where the tactical planning, operative planning and execution take place. So these are the different sub modules in the SPP. Now we will go little bit details about some of the concept in SPP. Let's move on. So the main concept in SPP is bill of distribution. Right here is also hierarchy only, but these are the supply chain networks. So it's a location hierarchy, not at the product level. So the location hierarchy means you have an entry point, you have a parent location, you have a child location. So these are kind of like distribution centers, customer facing locations, regional warehouse. So these are the location hierarchy. Okay. So the how the goods should move from one location to the other location, who is your parent location, which is your child location. So all these belongs to the location. So it is your supply chain network where you define what is your regional warehouses, which is your distribution center, what is your entry point where the goods will come from the supplier to the entry location. From entry location it will get distributed to the parent location. From parent location it will get distributed to the child location. So these are the hierarchical representation of the network of the different locations. Okay, and that is called as a bill of distribution. This is one of the master data in SPP which is not there in the APO side. So in APO, you will have the product, location, resources, work center, whatever it is. But similar way in SPP also you will find the additional master data that is called bill of distribution. We call it as a BOD. So you can have the any kind of location. So your entry location. So how the structure has to be, the node of uppermost level of BOD is your entry location. So the here you can see, make it out from this. So this particular location, where is the uppermost node, it is called as the entry location. Entry location is the location where the supplier will send the goods from his location to the entry location. So that first uppermost node is called as an entry location. The products arrive from the supplier at this point. BOD can have several entry location with or without parent or child location. Child location and parent location. Product is distributed from the entry locations to the next lower level. That can be a child location or that can be a parent location as well. Depends on how is your BOD structure. You can say from this diagram, here you can see, okay, the third level. This is entry location, this is my parent location, again parent is serving to the child location, again this become again the parent location because it is again divided into the child location. So in the second diagram you could see there is a no parent location, direct entry location, and you have a child location. So that is also possible. So the main functional part when come to the SPP to define this BOD, how the business wanted to set up their network of location, because this is the master data. You cannot keep changing the BOD. Once it is fixed, it is fixed. Based on this BOD, every planning would happen in SPP. So it is very crucial part how to set up the BOD at the starting of your project based on the requirement. They may say I have two entry location, two parent location, two child location, or they'll say I have just one entry location, I do not have any parent location, I do not have any entry location. Means per project there will be at least different types of BOD they will create based on the requirement, and they will utilize as and when the projects phases. So one region, specifically the Asia region, they will say I have entry location, parent location, child location, only three hierarchy. When it comes to the US regions, they will say I have two entry location and two child location, no parent location. Europe region, so based on the regions as well, your BOD would differ, because based on the regions, your businesses are also different. The processes are also maybe different based on the legal, the terms, the policies, the planning, how it should happen. So that way, the BOD will be assigned to the products. So if it is the products are more related to the European regions, the common products will be there. Those products will be assigned to the that particular BOD which is created for the European region. So it's not that only one BOD will be exist. There will be more BOD as per the requirement, but one product can be assigned to one BOD only. And how that BOD can be created in the system and all that I will show you as well, not now, but yeah, next lectures and all it would come. How to create this BOD, how to assign the products to the BOD, all these practical sessions also will happen. But you have to remember the BOD is very important part of SPP. If in case your BOD goes wrong, your complete SPP planning will be a miss. So as a functional consultant, you have to be very particular about this BOD. So it is the location at the lowest level of BOD are called child location. From here, products are not distributed further, but pass to the directly to the customers. Means the lowest level, from there, the products will be distributed to the customers. It is possible products are passed to the customers directly from the location of middle level 2, and such a location are called virtual child locations. See, there is a four terms we have checked it now: entry location, parent location, child location, virtual child location as well. What is the virtual child location? So if you see this particular BOD structure, the last one. So what is this lowest level is called child location. From here, the products are distributed to the customer. And above that, it's a parent, right? Because it is passing the products from parent to the child location. But there are cases possible that parent also can serve to the customer. So that case, that particular location is called virtual child location. So virtual child location, it does the two function. It acts as a parent plus it will pass the products to the customers as well. So that's how it is called as a virtual child location. So the four hierarchies we can build it in the BOD structure and then decide how business supposed to run. So this is all how to handle this BODs right in the system. I will show up maybe in the next classes. So you can see the BOD structure with the three levels. The Phoenix is the, what is this part called? The Phoenix? Entry locations, yes, entry level. Then the second level is called parent level. And the third level is called child level. So this is how the structure is defined. And these are all locations. You can see here, these are all locations. So this has to be created at the beginning of the projects. Okay. So this is one of the master data. There are different types of master data that we will maybe in tomorrow sessions I will cover the master and transactional data in SPP. But what was the difference between the normal APO model and SPP? This is one of the distinguishing factor that BOD is a SPP master data. So then comes to the tactical planning. These are certain, the capture demand process that we have seen, right? Means the demand can be captured based on from the various sources. So source can be your CSV file, your CRM system, your ECC system. That way the demand history can come up and we can do the forecasting on that demand history. When stocking, destocking stops the planning of the product and location, the associated demand history has to be transferred to the another facing location of the BOD. So what is this mean? Let's take this BOD example. Okay. So, for example, see, I have a product X which is stocked in a San Francisco region. Okay, because we see in several past month there is a demand of product X. So, SPP stocking decision was the product has to be stocked in the San Francisco region. But after several months, that demand has declined. So that means SPP come up with the destocking decision. That means the part is cannot be stored in the San Francisco. So the stocking decision has been changed. Earlier it was stocked, later it got destocked. So destock means there should not be any demand history for that product. Otherwise, what would happen again? The stocking will say, okay, there was some demand history in earlier months. Based on that, we can still stock, but the demand is declined. So we have to realign that demand history to the other location where that part demand is there. For example, Santiago. So that kind of decision SPP can make how this destocking realignment will work. Realignment is concept in DP as well. It is some similar way, and but additional features are also there as a part of the realignment. Okay, so that also we will see as in the system and all. I was just trying to explain what that means, stocking and destocking decisions. Okay. So when it comes to the economic order quantity and safety stock, what it does, it's try to optimize your inventory levels. It's not that these are kind of millions of parts. You cannot always procure the parts from the supplier or you cannot keep storing the part in each and every warehouses. It has to be the optimal quantity based on the certain cost factor also we have to check. Means how much cost is required to say, store that part, warehouse cost, purchase cost, stock holding cost, the transportation cost. Every cost factor has to be checked, and based on that the EOQ quantity will be calculated. And to maintain the target service level, so target service level has to be maintained, meaning for this part, how much target service level is defined in the system? Let's say, let's take 90%. So that part has to get available 90% almost all the time. So how much safety stock is required to maintain that target service level? So that it has to be calculated. Again, there are certain formulas, the algorithm has been developed. So based on that, these details will be updated in the SPP. So that also we will check it out in the system. But these concepts would come at the inventory planning level. Standard deviations, everything will be considered. That is again, we'll see later on. Okay, tactical planning, supersession. Supersession is a common thing now in APO plus SPP. So what is a supersession? One part is replaced with other part, or one part is replaced with two other parts, or many, one to one, one to many, many to one, discontinued part. So these are different types of supersessions types. Okay, so supersession also happens in SPP level, which is more. I haven't worked on the APO supersession, but when it comes to the SPP supersession, we have lot of advanced features and how to handle this aftermarket industry, because the parts will get obsolete, right? After certain years, the retention period is over, the parts are getting obsoleted, and that's how the planning should be different.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP SPP? Option A, to manage inventory for finished goods. Option B, to plan and optimize spare parts inventory. Option C, to handle sales and distribution processes. Option D, to control production scheduling. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So this is the famous slide for the SAP SPP overview, where this model is divided into the tactical planning, operative planning, and execution part. I'll cover some of the SPP architecture, I think, on Monday as well. We will go into the details of architecture, like how the system is integrated with the different modules. But as of now, we are focusing only on the SPP. So tactical planning consists of various modules, mainly the demand history, forecasting, inventory planning. In the operative planning, we do have a DRP, which is a similar kind of concepts in SNP. Then after the result, the approvals are required. Based on that approvals, the procurement execution will happen, deployment, inventory balancing. All these concepts will be discussed in the detail whenever those topics would come. So this is the overall picture when it comes to the SPP. And we did discuss about the one of the important master data for the SPP, that is the bill of distribution. It is the network of hierarchy. It's a hierarchy of different networks, locations, distribution center, regional warehouse. So, as per your business requirement, this BOD has to be defined in your project at very early stage, as it's a master data. Based on this master data, whole SAP SPP planning would happen. So region wise BOD may differ. That's how we discussed. Maybe North America, they have a different BOD structure. Europe, they have a different BOD structure. And if you can see the diagrams, there could be various options or probabilities possible how you want to define your BOD. Normal scenario, the BOD is entry location, parent location, and child location. So that's how it gets defined. So we will see in the system level as well how to create this BOD and all. So because it's one of the distinguishing factor when it comes to the APU and SPP, I just covered yesterday. So it is a BOD, that is how we call it as bill of distribution. And then there was different examples also we have seen. So this is how normally the structure is. Phoenix is the entry location. Entry location means where the goods would be coming from the supplier to the entry location. The parent location fulfill the needs of the child location. Child location are the customer facing location where the actual customer is placing the order. So this is the normal structure. I have seen in many projects this is what they do it. Some cases the parent itself is not present. They have a entry location and child location as well. Also, we have seen the concept called virtual child location. Anyone, whoever yesterday was present, we discussed about entry location, parent location, and child location, but there was one more definition: virtual child location. What is the virtual child location? Is the parent location can be act as a customer facing location as well, where customer can place the demand as well as parent can fulfill the demand of the child location. So parent is acting in a two-way. So that's the when they define that as a virtual child location. So I have seen, in the BOD structure, they, as per the business requirement, this would be defined as a virtual child location as well. So this is the BOD structure. We have seen it. Then there was a little bit on the stocking, destocking. Why stocking, destocking is very important in SPP because it's a millions of part when it comes to the planning. So millions of part cannot be stored at each and every warehouse. So the SPP has to decide where to stock these parts or where not to stock the parts. And majorly the SPP comes with slow movers as well as fast mover, but majority parts are slow mover. even though the main finished production end date has been passed, the service part has to be available down the line of 10 years. The safety stock, the economic order quantity, that's how plays a very important role, like how much safety stock the warehouse should keep it to maintain the target service level. So those details also we will see as soon when the module comes up. So this is the EOQ and safety stock, and I think it is present the similar concept in S&P level as well. Then we discussed about the supersession, like how it in normal APO we have a supersession, similar concept, nothing new. But again, in terms of SPP, maybe there are certain changes. I'm not aware on the APO supersession, but I think it is going to be a same concepts. So it's a one to many, many to one, one to zero. That is obsolete part. The planning of the supersession, the different dates calculations happening at the supersession level. So all these topics would come up when it comes to the supersession. We have not covered the details of the operational planning, but I do not have those slides. When I will discuss about the SPP architecture, I will bring those slides up. We are going to cover the master data and transactional data overall, not only SPP, but whatever it is required from the APO side, from the ECC side, everything we are going to cover. So let's move on to the master data and transactional data, because it's a SPP is part of APO only. There are certain master data, transactional data, which is very common, like product, location, routing, BOM, work centers, everything is going to be common because this data is coming from ECC to APO system, right? Apart from that, there are differences that we will discuss it further as well. But in general, when we talk about the master data, one main thing is active model and the planning version. So they are created or defined as a 000, right? Without this planning version, active planning version and active model, the parts will not work properly. I think in APO directly you can create these planning versions as well, right? Or you can have this transaction MVM, SAP APO MVM, I believe. So that through that you can create your these models, but this is one time activity you have to create at the beginning of your project only. This will not change as and when you move on in your project life cycle. So this is one time activity, everything is defined, it is already created in your system, and that is what we call it as the active planning version or active model, and that defined as a 000. So all the master data is maintained in the SAP ECC level only, and that would get transferred from ECC to APO. And we know how that transfer works, how to move the transfer data, master data from ECC to SPP. It's a core interface, right? So we have to use the SIP concepts everywhere. Without that, SPP also will not work. The SIF is going to be common. I will take maybe spend some time on SIF as well. When it comes to the support project, SIF plays very important role. Many jobs would fail, many issues would come. How to handle those issues when it comes to the SIF things, that also I will just briefly discuss out maybe. But this SIF is the main thing where you can transfer the data from ECC to SPP as well. So locations, there could be the different location types: production plant, distribution center, supplier, customer. All this data is transferred as a location to the APO. So when you go to the location master in APO, SAP is APO LOC3 transaction, you will find what was your location type when you shift the supplier, customer, or distribution center, right? So all the details will be available in the location master. Similar way, first the location would be transferred, not the products. The sequence has to be defined. It's not like you will transfer first product and then location. When it's a new project, always the location first will get transferred from the ECC to APO or SPP. Then it comes to the product. Product can be at the global level or location dependent level. So if you go to the MAT1 transaction, you can see there is a location defined, or if you do not give the location, you can say the, and then product master. So products can be shifted from ECC to SPP. When it comes to the MAT1 transaction, you can see at the global level, or you can view the product at the location dependent data level as well. So there are in SPP, when we go to the system, there are differences when it comes to the MAT1 as well. So I will show that differences. So then we have the resources that needs to be shifted as well. Resource data is like you can have these details used for the DP SNP level as well, right? It's not only for the SPP, but the resources, the work centers, everything that you can separate for the PDS, PPM, all this data will be available when you get it into the APO system. So you can see the PDS, PPM details in APO once you shift the data from ECC side as well. One more thing is the transportation lanes. So, transportation lanes can be manually maintained in the SPP when the locations are exist. That is how we are defining in SPP, but I am not sure in APO, how do you maintain the DP SMP level, SMP level, the transportation lane? Is it manual or? So this is the process is followed across the industry, but when it comes to the sandbox systems and all, right, this automation is not done. Yes, schedule agreement purchase info records can be shifted from the ECC to SPP, but the transportation lanes are not getting created automatically. Normally, it has to be. There will be some programs, custom things that will be triggered, and the transportation lanes will be created. But for our demo purpose, I have to maintain the transportation lane manually. How to do that? That also I will show in the system. But this is the important data when it comes to the SPP. Without transportation lane, your DRP deployment functionality won't work because there is a transportation cost associated with that. The goods has to transfer from one location to the another location. So for that, the transportation lane has to be available along with means of transport. The means of transport can be truck, railway, or rail, or airplane, whatever the way you define it, but it has to be defined as well. So we were talking about the schedule agreement. So schedule agreement has to be shift from again ECC to the SPP, and that is with the external planning flag. Okay, so then only the schedule agreement will be populated in SPP, and that you can view it in the SPP system. That I will show up in the system as well. So that is also one of the main data when it comes to the SPP, schedule agreements from the ECC or contracts from the ECC. So what exactly this schedule agreement is going to do in SPP? It will create the schedule lines, right? When you execute the schedule agreement in DRP, it will give you the schedule agreement result, and that will be transferred to the supplier that defines this much quantity of these parts I need it on this particular date. Based on that detail, the supplier will send out the ASN information, and then further process will start as from the ECC and EWM side. But the schedule and agreements are very important part of the SPP contracts and schedule agreement. There is another functionality called quota arrangement that is also being used because the multiple suppliers are involved. So inbound quota and outbound quota. So that also we can define in the system and define how much percentage we can add it to the particular supplier. Okay, 50% is from this supplier, 50% for another supplier. So those details also we can define in the quota arrangement. So this is some of the important master data. There are additional master data which is required for the SPP only, like bill of distribution. There are something different master data as well that we will cover up in the Mondays or Tuesdays session separately, because this is common now. And when we come to the SPP, it is only for the SPP system. So all the master data are maintained in the R3 system. They are transferred to APO from R3 via core interface. It's getting updated in APO and the live cache. So the live cache is the functionality used to store the time and order series in APO. So since you guys are APO guys, you don't miss the live cache concepts are not new to you guys. So APO runs on the live cache only, that we know, right? So the live cache concepts is used in the APO. It's a kind of database where all the data is getting stored in the time series and order series. The time series data is being used in the DP level, and the order series data is used in the SNP level. In SPP, we use both the data, time series as well as the order series. So this is for the faster processing of your all the data. In APO, you have a huge number of jobs, data, calculations, and the performance has to be good enough to get that result. So that's how the live cache is also used for. So before you set up your system, the live cache has to be tested. The inconsistency, if there are any inconsistency, you have to remove it. There are some transaction OM17 and all where you can just check the live cache details as well. So that is all taken care by when the system is already set up. We, as a functional perspective, we don't have to do anything because it's all basis activity. We have to just make sure that live cache is active. Live cache is used for the transformation of data for planning involved operations, because all the planning calculations, all the standard algorithm, when we talk about the forecasting, there are different types of algorithm. Behind each algorithm, there are certain calculations, classes, methods. So huge data has to be processed when we run the forecasting. So of course, this planning is huge, and hence we need a live cache concepts here. So there is one more thing is like BI or BW, we call it as BI or BW. The systems are connected to the APOs. These are the internal systems. Means it's not a separate SAP BW or BI system. It comes along with the APO system, which is used to collect, update, and extract the data, like all the demand history data that is getting stored at the BI level. So that also we will see in the system wise how this BI works out, because in SPP also same thing. All the demand history data you can see at the cube level, like 9A demand, 9A Romal, 9A Demal. So all these are the info cubes, so you can find it out the data. So demand history data over there. And this BI, they are using this for the reporting tool as well. Basically, the main functionality of BI is the reporting as well. So various reports you can build based on the data available in the cubes level and all. We will not go into those details, but yeah, it's the reporting all. Okay. So transactional data are executed from the R3 system, can be generated in the APO and gets in terms updated into the R3 system. See, the master data is always transferred from ECC to APO, but there are some transactional data can be transferred from APO to ECC as well. So transactional data, it's like online transactional processing, and it's stored in the time series, order series. DP uses time series, where SNP uses order series. Both the data is stored at the live cache level, and this transactional data can be pulled out into the BI for the reporting purpose as well. So the two-way transfer of transactional data is also possible. We talked about the live cache. I will show in the system as well. When it comes to the SPP, we use both the time series as well as the order series data. Okay, so these are the some of the APO functionality and corresponding master data. So when it comes with the DP, so we have CVC products. When it comes with the sales, so CRM functionality, basically the product location. So location can be your plant, vendor, or customer. When it comes to this transport TPVS model, you have resources, transportation lane along with your product location. SNP is also similar way, they are using the master data. When it comes to the PPDS, we have PPM and PDS as a master data. So SNP PPDS combination, you will have the procurement relationship as well. It is just a different module. What kind of different master data can be available in the DP level? You mean you should have the CVC combinations created and all. So that is a DP functionality. So I will not go into that. So SIF is the main thing when it comes to the data transfer from ECC to APO. So that we will see. Okay. So as I mentioned, the structure, the SAP from the ECC side to APO side, first you have to transfer the plant details that will get updated in APO as a location. Customer vendor also will get updated as a location. The location type would be different. Material master will be get updated as a product master, and that details you can see in the mat 1. The work center resources that will get updated as the resources, then all this PPM PDS will be also getting updated from the ECC to the APO. So what details you wanted from the ECC to the APO, that you need to define as per the business requirements, and the SIF will be set up as per that. So the jobs will be running on maybe periodic basis, or it is an online transfer. It's again depends how your business wants to have this data updated in the APO system. Accordingly, you can set up your integration models, have those jobs ready, monitored and all, and then you can see those details are updated in APO as well. So many times if will fail, there will be lot of issues, and then data will not get updated at the APO side. So that some of the common error what is happening at the SIP level, that also we will discuss it. Okay, so this is general master data and transactional data we had discussed, which is common between the APO and SPP as well. For the SPP, there is a separate master data required, so that we will cover it. So we are going to discuss about now core interface, because this is one of the major functionality. Without this, SPP will not work. And of course, the APO as well. I mean, it's a crucial functionality for APO model itself. So the core interface, right? It's a standard interface which connects the APO and R3 systems. So basically, this SIF settings will be done mostly by the basis team. As a functional consultant, we are not much involved when the SIF configuration is done. If in case if you have access, you can also do this SIP setting. It's not that difficult, or it's not a rocket science. You can do the SIP setting as well. Only thing is that in certain companies they do not provide you the access, and that is completely responsibility of the basis team to set up this SIP. Okay, so but yeah, if you know how to do that, it is well and good. And that otherwise you can just use for your transfer of data as well, by like creation of the integration model and activation and all. But this is again based on how the things are defined at the project level. Most of the time I have seen it's a basis responsibility. So that's how I'm not going into the details how to do the SIF configuration. Means when you go into the project, this is must have already done. You have to start using it. So that is how every project will work out. So SIP enables the integration of master data from SAP ECC to the SCM APO, and the transactional data in both ways, from ECC to APO and vice versa. Means when you wanted to communicate anything from APO to ECC as well, you can do this through SIP. So technically, transfer is performed via QRFC. Okay, these are certain technical term, QRFC, and that is synchronization, asynchronous transfer, and all. So we will not go into this detail. It is all taken care at the settings levels only, how the SIF has to be defined. The main objective of configuring the ECC interface is to integrate the centralized source of master data from the ECC to APO, and publishing the planning result from the APO to ECC. So master data is transferred from ECC to APO, and in APO, once our planning execution is completed, that transactional data again we are feeding back to the ECC system. So that makes sure that we have a consistent data at both the system, and the flow between the planning and execution systems are happening, and that is giving the better result. If you have an inconsistency, let's assume there are certain data which is not there in APO, certain data not there in ECC, you will end up with lot of incidents and incident tickets and all. Because if the data is not consistent, your planning result won't be correct, and if the planning results are not getting fed into the ECC, your ECC functionality will not work. So there will be the differences in the result, right? And that's how the incidents would come up. So SIF provides the following central functions: supply the master transaction data relevant for the planning. It can be used as an initial, incremental, real-time transfers from ECC to APO. Again, it depends how you have set up the system. And the planning results are again publishing back from APO to ECC system. So technical integration between the ECC and APO, that we call it as a SIP configuration. So that will be taken care by the basis team. Then as a functional consultant, you have to more focus on integration of master data and transactional data, how you wanted to define your integration models, how to set up that, when to activate, when to schedule, what kind of changes you wanted to have it real time, batch processing and all, and then SIF error handling and the queue management. So this is the main key areas the SIF is divided. So basically, this is the architecture of APO, and it's just a one layer of SIP to how the interaction between the ECC and APO and to and from connection. So we will not go to the APO architecture. Okay. So SMQR, this is one of the main transaction when it comes to the SIF. So APO sends the planning results to the ECC system. And as per the configuration, it will call it as this inbound queues that are automatically processed by the target system must be registered in a QIN scheduler. So the transaction is SMQR. So what it does is, so whatever data you wanted to transfer from the APO to the ECC system, you have to schedule those queue names in the SMQR transaction. So here you can see the screenshot, right? Where we have given the SIF star. SIF star means everything, whatever you are saying, every queue will have the different naming convention based on the functionality. But most of the queue will start with the SIF only, SF star or some. Means the naming would be different, but at least the starting is the same. So once you register this queue, whatever the data it is getting generated, that would be, and that the queue which is starting with this SIF star, that inbound queues will get registered and then transferred to the ECC system. So in case you have not updated and you are not sure what queue name and all, what you can do, you can just mention the star as well. Instead of CF star, you can mention star. So star means everything will get transferred. Okay. But normally it is good practice that you define what are your queues and what is the naming convention and how you wanted to transfer it. So otherwise, in general, you can do just a star, and you have to make sure that the modes, types and all that has to be active. So R mean register. So once these queues are registered, then only the SIP will work out. So this is for the inbound. So QN scheduler, the transaction we have seen that as a SMQR. So similar way, this is for the inbound, then we have a outbound as well. Outbound will have as a queue out scheduler SMQS, the outbound queues that would be processed using this transaction. And again, you have to make sure that similar settings has been updated in this particular transaction as well. So whichever is the outbound from ECC or outbound from APO, what kind of details you wanted to transfer it. If you are not sure, you can give the star as well and register the queue. So queue, the main concept here is queue has to be registered. If you know the names, well and good. If not, just put a star and make all the queues register. When what would be problem when we just give a star?
Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
You cannot able to identify which queue got failed, or even though it's failed, and in case you wanted to debug that queue, right, you have to stop this. To stop means if you are deregistering this queue and you have a star, then not only that error queue, rest of the transaction also will get stopped. Means nothing would transfer. But you have specified, okay, these are my sales order queue, these are my stock queues and all, and particular that queue has a problem, then you can deregister for your debug purpose or analysis purpose in case of the failures. If it is a star, it will stop everything if you just deregister it. So that is the reason why it is not recommended to give the star over here. It is always good to mention the queue details, each and every functionality as per the names. And then with that you will able to identify all the queues as well, and analyze it in case of failures and all. It is easy. So this setting is mandatory, or this has to be maintained, and that's how it has come up in the slides. The SIF objects are transferred from the ERP to the APO system. So if you go to the CFM1 transaction that I will also show you, then you can see the various SIF objects are there. So how these objects will start, what is the serialization, character numbers and all. So if it is a planned order, just an example, your SIF queue will start with that order number and these many numbers. If it is a purchase order, the differences will be there. So with this differentiation, you will able to understand, okay, this is my material master queue, this is my planned order queue, this is my purchase order queue. If everything is going to be same, then you will not able to identify, oh, where is my actual problem, where is my SIF fail, which functionality it failed, if it is failed at material master level or purchase order level. So these things has to be known for every functional consultant. So there will be some of the queues will come up with the GUID as well. So GUID, because you are using the 1622 characters GUID or order number, if there is a purchase requisition, confirmation. So everything based on this particular table, you will able to make it out what is my queue, which is and related to what functionality. Okay. So I just consolidate what is the basic list that has to be maintained when it comes to the configuration. So the system wise, you have to mention what is your logical system name. This is done by the basis. So you will have the logical system in APO in ECC. Assign logical system to the clients. Again, that is done by the basis. Specify which is the APO release. Create the RFC users. Create the RFC destination. Set the target system and queue type. So that basis won't be knowing. So we have to mention that what is our queue type and all. So set up the user parameters. Configure the application log. Determine the number ranges, set the filter, selection, block size and all. So these are certain steps that every basis and functional team would know when it comes to the SIP. Like as I said, we will not have the access to this particular stuff like defining this logical state system or RFC user destination and also that will be done by the basis, but rest of the queue types, how you wanted to see the application log and all, that is all taken care by the functional. So how to configure the change transfer for the master data, activate ALE change pointer. So this is also some of the settings which is required at the SIF level, and again it's done at the initial phase only. We don't have to keep changing these settings. Okay, so this will be activated, and based on the business need, it is already defined. Yeah, safe configuration is not our responsibility, right? It's the whatever the from the SPP perspective is required, that only we'll be discussing it. I'm just giving this as a SIF is the main thing. Without SIF, nothing would work, right? So the freshers, if they don't know these things, it will be difficult for them. So this is the checklist I have given over here. So anyways, when you get a system, you will have the SAP all authorization. You can go through the system and check out these details as well. Means you will have all the setups already done right in the system, and then you can check. And if there are any issues, you can come back. So we discussed about the setup inbound scheduler, outbound scheduler, activating the safe, creating the integration, creating integration model, activate integration model, maintain the public settings. This is all done by the functional team. So as and when required, you will be setting up these jobs based on your business requirement and create this integration. This I will show up in the system, how to create the integration model, how to activate, how to monitor your queues, how to find it out the errors. So that and all I will show in the system. So main thing when it comes to the functional, that we have to set up the integration models for the master data and transactional data. So if you go to the CFM1, you have to select which is the object you wanted to transfer from ECC to the SPP. Accordingly, you have to create your integration model, and then next step is to activate that. So this is the transaction CFM1, where you will select first the object types. To create the integration model, you select the specific selection criteria, and then you create that integration model. And if there are any filters, maybe it is good to show up in the system. So this is the CFM on screen. Who are the freshers? They maybe not aware on this screen. So this is the create the integration model. Here you can give the model name, logical system, APU application. So for example, suppose you wanted to transfer the purchase info records or contracts from the ECC to APO, then you have to click on that particular object, which one you wanted to transfer it, and then you can make it as a filter. So here you can see if you know how many material, which is the material or a range of materials you wanted to transfer the contract. You are aware on the vendor numbers or document numbers. You can restrict the selection. By restricting the selection, the performance would be better. So that's how, if you know the details, then you can do it. If you don't know the details, you can just put a star. So for all the materials, whichever the contracts are there, I wanted to just transfer it. So star. But it will select all the materials from the system, and the performance will be very, very low. So that is not recommended. So you know the details, fill out all the filter objects, and then only start your integration model. We will see this on tomorrow or Monday also, how to do this. Because we have to cover certain SPP functionality and then see these transfers. So just, because we were going through the PPTs, just to make you understand what I mean by the filter objects, that's how I just logged in. Okay, so here you can see the SMQR, SMQS transaction as well. So again, if you go back to the system, So this is the particular queue has been registered. This type is register. So here you can see the register, deregister option as well. If you wanted to stop something for the SIP or for the debug purpose, analysis purpose, you can deregister also queue and do the particular analysis in case of the SIP failure and all. So SMQR, you see the SIP star that has been maintained. So similar way, all the settings are there in the system, and you have the SAP all authorization. So if you wanted to try out something, you can always do that. So this settings also you can see that the system level. Only thing is that again it's so many steps were mostly taken care by the basis thing. So we will not go inside those details. Okay, so we were at the CFM level, right? CFM, you have to select which data you wanted to transfer from ECC to SPP. What are the filter objects? Like if you know what is the combination of material, plant, vendor, if you know directly the contract numbers, you can just specify and then start the transfer. So once if you have already selected the material master, you could now enter the MRP controllers. In this type, you can define the filter objects. Means it's a various combination you can select and make your selection restricted. So once this creation is done, the next step is activation, and the transaction code is CFM2. So to saying that data transfer, you have to make sure that your integration model is active also. The activation of the integration model result in the initial transfer. The online transfer data is released. So if you go back to the system, CFM2. So here that model which were created that will appear, then you have to execute it and then you have to activate it. As I'm just make a new selection. Okay, there is nothing available, we can create it. So the activation is equally important when you wanted to transfer the data. You can generate the multiple integration model based on your types. Like for material, you are creating one for the location, for the plan orders, for the purchase order. So you can create a multiple integration models and activate that models as well. And that will transfer your data from ECC to APU. So how is the periodically set up? See, plant you have to set up only once. It's not like you keep adding the plant on daily basis, right? So plants are defined at the initial level of the project. Okay, this is my plant structure. Based on the rollout projects and all, it will keep it may adding up the another storage locations or plants and all that we can do it later. But at the initial stage, the plants are defined and that will get transferred. The vendor customers, that is again need basis, it will get created and that you have to transfer it. Material again, it is already the whatever the data load is existing in the system, that will be transferred first, and as and when the materials are getting created, that will also transfer to the APO system. So again, it's a need basis or based on your requirements, you will be transferring these details. So for the transactional data, when you are passing from the ECC to APO, you have to have this active integration model because these are the transactional data. On daily basis, it's keep creating or changing. So those results has to be populated in the APO system. So for the transactional data, you have to make sure that your batch jobs are running properly periodically, whatever your frequency is, maybe in daily basis, you are running hourly or 4 hours once or once in a day, but you have to make sure that the transactional data is getting updated in the APO system regular basis. Then comes to the publication of the procurement proposal from APO to ECC. So till now what we have seen is we are transferring the data from ECC to SPP only, like master data or transactional data. What if we have wanted to transfer the data from APO to ECC? So there are settings which is called the publications of the procurement proposal, and that setting has to be maintained in the C5 transaction. So whatever the details, transactional details you will maintain, so those results, planning results, that will be publishing into the ECC side. It could be immediate, real time, and then it makes sure that there is a consistency between the APO and ECC system. So this is APO transaction. See, any transaction we start with SAP APO, you have to log into the APO system and do the settings. So the ECC transactions never start with SAP APO. They will be like CFM1, 2, or whatever the SDMM transaction and all. But always in APO, most of the transactions start with SAP APO only. You have to put a /n and then get going. Okay. So the important part is SIF error handling and the queue management. So as a functional consultant, always you have to make sure that you are monitoring your SIF queues and making sure nothing gets stuck and everything is getting processed. Even though it gets stuck, you can save the queue because there is again settings dependent. One, suppose you are processing the 10 queues, the fifth queue got failed, so remaining next 5 queues will not process. You will data will get stuck in between, right? So you can save that fifth queue. Make sure that if there is other queues are getting processed, and then you start investigating why that queue is failed. So if you go to that particular queue level details, you will identify the error. There could be some setting error, master data error, and that will be specified in the error log. You have to investigate, analyze it, fix it, and again you can activate that queues and the queue will get processed. So that is the normal practice everybody does. But there are some cases where you cannot really go ahead if the existing queue issue is not fixed. So you cannot process the rest of the queues. So that is also one of the cases possible. So you can analyze using this transaction as well. You can go to the APO system, analyze in the sense you have maintained all these details over here. So C2 assignment to the logical system to the business group. We won't do the settings. It is already maintained by the basis. This is only at the APO side. What are the settings you need to do it? So this is all the post processing. So this is the important transaction in APO side, SAP APO CPP1. This functionality in APO will allow SIF user to see all the logged SIF error messages. This process is independent of queue type, and SIF errors in both systems can be handled in this one transaction in APO. So in this transaction, you will see all the types of queue and the error related to that, and you can identify like from that transaction particular what is the issue and all. The fault SIF error handle ensures that all SIF queue entries are processed during the data transfer and faulty queues are no longer in the queue blocks. So through that you can analyze, reprocess, reactivate, anything you can do it. That also we will check it in the system. So choose the target system and all, and whichever is the select from the RT. Means these are the setting at the CPP1 level, how you wanted to select and the process the queue. So this is the screen when you go to the CPP1, right? So you can select what is your target system, it's R3 system name. What is your object type, select the data from the R3 system. So this kind of settings or filters you have to maintain it and execute it, and it will show this screen. Once you execute it, it will show all the queues which are there in the system, and you can go to the type wise, means if it is external procurement, if it is a sales order, it is a stock queue, and select that particular functionality and all the queues will get displayed. Here you can analyze it better, you can do the post processing, you can see the error details, everything you can do in a CPP1 transaction, and you can process this as well. So filter criteria you can mention it, and so depending on the object types and direction of record, you can either select send to ECC or send to APO. So if these queues are stuck, now it has to be processed from ECC to APO. You can select this and send to the APO. If there are queues that needs to be transferred from APO to ECC, then you can select to the ECC. So that transfer you can make it in this transaction. So this is one of the errors. If there are errors, it will show up all details down as well, and then you can verify. So to see the details, you have to click on this application log button, and it will give you the details where it got stuck, which is the order number, what is the order type, if there is an issue with your product, if there is any setting is missed out, all the details you can see at the log level, and based on that you can verify and correct those detail errors, and then again you can reprocess this. See, once the issue has been resolved, move the records back to the work list window and process it again. Click on the icon, you can process that object. So means you can just reprocess that queues. So this is about the CPP1 transaction, which is used in the APO level, because it's a SAP APO CPP transaction, right? So all the details from the R3 side, APO side, you can view in this transaction, you can process it, you can identify the errors, you can go into the application log, correct it, reprocess it. Everything can be done through this transaction. When it is a normal queue management, so we are commonly used transactions are SMQ1 and SMQ2. SMQ1 is for the outbound queue, SMQ2 is the inbound queue. So you can go into this transaction and you will find it out. See, this is the transaction inbound queue. So you are monitoring. Let's see, your shift jobs are running in the system. Now you wanted to make sure that this is getting monitored and nothing is getting stuck and everything goes into the APO system. So you can go to this transaction, give here just start. So all the queues, whichever it is there, available, running status, hold status, error status, everything will get displayed. And even though if it is failed, you can go to the details and see CQ transaction. So this is also one of the transaction. If you know these details, like the system, the outbound queue names, the types and all. It is easy to understand these details and see where is the error. So here it can show you the CQ transaction we are talking about. Inbound queue for APO, outbound queue for APO, R3 details and APO details. So you know the queue, then go inside that queue and then get the details. Double click in that, you will see the user is logged, please notified, whatever the error is there. Do not delete anything, you have to just reprocess it. Okay, the details you can verify and reprocess the queue after the correction. Evaluate the SIF application log. So similar, you can go to the C3 and you can have the details of SMQ2, SMQ1 or C3 transaction levels and evaluate your issues. See here, if you go, you can directly give the queue name if you know that, and you can navigate to that queue and then find out the details. So there are multiple methods how to do this, SIF things correct and all. There are certain reports which is a standard given by the SAP which you can run, the reconciliation report and all. CCR, we call it as a CCR report. You can use that report and do all the investigation, navigate it, find it out the consistency, clear that inconsistency. So all these details are also available. I will just share with you. These are the some of the standard reports what it is being used to correct all the SIF errors. If not, suppose even though with all the standard reports or whatever the details SAP is already given, with that also it is not able to correct the issue, then the next possible option is to debug the issue. So to debug the issue, you have to stop the queues. There is a SMQ1, SMQ2. There is a debug options available. You can go put a breakpoint and start debugging. Normally, you can take a ABAPer help as well in this case. It's not always the functional guys. They can go very deep level of debugging. If you have experience, that's well and good. If not, you can take a help of ABAPer and get into the details of that debugging and identify the issue. More or less, with my experience, we were able to solve the issue with the application log only. Whatever the details it has been shown at the application log, we are able to analyze, correct it, and then process the queues. If there was really, even though whatever you taken the corrective action and still it was not happening, then the last option would be the debugging, because debugging one queue will take some time to understand, go into the details, and it is a kind of time consuming process, right? And when it's a support projects, we do not have that much time and all. If one sales order gets stuck and we are not able to process even after 2-3 hours and all, it is a huge loss to the business and all, because of that particular sales order, maybe other queues are stuck, you are not able to process the other queues, and that's how we have to make sure that quickly analyzing these issues and get these things processed whenever there is a stuck, I mean the error queues are there in the SMQ1 or SMQ2. And we used to have the monitoring team as well. It's not like, okay, the jobs are running the bit. No, you have to have the monitoring team who is keep checking these jobs, because sometimes what it happens in SPP basically, as it's a millions of part, even though you have scheduled the based on the filter objects, the jobs will take hours of time to process the complete the job. Means if suppose you have scheduled one of the job which is your purchase order, and normally daily basis that has been scheduled because it's a transactional data, it takes like 2 to 3 minutes. But if the team is monitoring and they realized even though after 10 minutes the job is not getting completed. So that means something is stuck, it's not moving. So that we need to analyze. So to identify that particular issue is a kind of complex thing, because you don't know where it got stuck and all. So you have to identify, see the application log, why there are certain transaction where you can see what is the work processes status, whether the work processes are stuck, whether the system issue, in case you need to contact the basis or cancel that job, rerun the job, see the issues. So all these techniques will come when you are working on the projects and all. But in SPP, I would tell you, the SIF issues will come definitely on daily basis, because of the nature of the jobs plus the volume of the products and the complexity. So the SIF has to be monitored properly, taken care, and if there are any issues, normally we used to save that particular queue, let other queues get processed, and that particular queue analyze it and process it if there is dependency. So, the nature of incident could be vary, but this is how normally we could do it. So maybe if you guys are working on your current project, like SPP, and you have seen the SIF issue, you could tell me what are the things you have noticed in your current project. Good. So there could be a lot of issues may come up, vary in nature, but the main thing is that to check our integration models, whether they are active or not, and the criteria while creating the integration models, plus the activation, plus your CPP, CQ screen that needs to get monitored in APO side to see overall picture of your SIF. Okay, so that will save a lot of time if you go through the CPP1 or CQ transactions and all, rather than going into the debug options. My question is, suppose now some jobs are running, okay, the SIF jobs, it has been scheduled, right? It is not always we are doing it manually. In production system, always the jobs are scheduled, and there will be weekly jobs, there will be monthly jobs, there will be daily jobs, right? That is how the SIF settings would be, the SIF jobs would be maintained. So when you monitor the SIF daily jobs, have you noticed the jobs are stuck? Means there are no error, but jobs are stuck, it's not moving. Means you can see it is keep running, but it is not happening anything. See, this is one of the user locking case, but it may happen the performance issues when it comes to the super session side. I am not sure in your current project how the super sessions are being managed, but the data in the super session case, if the product is involved in the super session, and many cases what we have seen is that that particular case the jobs are running quite high because the super session data was faulty. The product name is there, so if you look at it, the product details, everything is okay. And but when you look into the super session, so whatever it is related to that product, okay, there is a super session chain exists. So what is the problem with that super session chain? The log, it will not show that it is a super session issue. It will give you the product details and all, but you have to identify what is the related transaction to that product. Go back to the super session, check the chain, make sure that is correct, and then reprocess the job. In our cases, we have seen this is most of the things, always some issues with the supersession as well. So yes, there could be different things would come up in the SIP. That's how the SIP is more important, and there are some standard reports, so that I will discuss it. That will give you quick resolution. Okay, at least it will help out you guys, whoever is into that project, and the issues will quickly get resolved, okay, with that reports. I'll share in the tomorrow session, and also we will start in the system wise. You already got the accesses, everybody. Please go and log in and see if that works for you. And next lecture we will have the architectures, then SPP master data, then we'll go into the system and start working out all the SPP functionalities. It's CPP gives better picture from R3 and APO side also. Okay, the SMQ1, Q2 also it's a separate transaction where you can see those details. But in CPP, there you will find the better details, application log details, and the clarity. So it will give more details to resolve the issue. Even you go back to the, I don't know what kind of accesses you guys are having, but for us the SMQ1 and SMQ2 was kind of restricted access. We are not able to see the complete log details, so that's how we used to go to the CPP and see the log details and analyze from that issues. And there you can process it, you can change it, you can transfer it. So multiple options are available in the CPP1. So you could try that option as well, Arti, and see how these things would be benefit when you compare with SMQ1 and Q2. The queues will not keep generated by its own, right? Maybe you were processing, the data was stuck, and that got released, and that's how you could see the queues are keep increasing because you resolved one issue, and after that issue the whatever the stuck queues that got reprocessed, so it is good. Okay, the queue has to get reprocessed. The number of queues, there is no restrictions, it will keep increasing only because it's a production, right, live system. So data is keep coming, keep checking. So the increase of number of queues not a problem. The main thing is that we have to make sure that get processed. Okay, yeah. See, that is also there. If you solve one error, you will find the 10 next queues are processing. Again, the 11 got stuck. Again, the next 10 will get stuck. Means because of that 11. This way, it keeps happening in the SIP side and all. But again, the application log is the main thing. You have to go and check it out. And see, there are temporary resolution as well. But we have to go for the permanent solutions, because temporary, today's job it will get fixed, but what if similar kind of issue comes tomorrow, again the queue with a different product number will get fixed, messed up. So that way keep coming in. So don't look for the temporary solution, always try to identify the permanent one. Temporary you can go for the quick fixes, means you cannot wait another 2 hours to get everything get processed because business is waiting, right? So for that you can do the quick fix and process the queues, but look for the RCA why the issue had come up.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is not a core component of SAP SPP? Option A, Service Parts Planning, SPP. Option B, Inventory Optimization, SNP. Option C, Demand Management, DRP. Option D, Material Requirements, Planning, MRP. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
The queues would be huge. You cannot really process and all, or it may be, if you are using the inbound queues in both ECC APO system, then you will have this kind of issue. When the data is transferred from ECC to APO, data is not visible in APO. Similarly, the planning results from the APO are not transferred to ECC. The result is not visible in ECC, not returned to APO with the ECC order number range for the both master and transactional data. So this is the particular issue. So even though your shift jobs are completed, it is running, you can see some of the queues, but data is not actually getting updated on ECC side or APO side. It could be the case of master data or transactional data. There could be the some of the shift queue you will see with the ready status as well. It is not running, it is not failed and all, but it is ready status. So that we have to manually activate it to continue with the other shift. Other queues, right? Otherwise, every queue dependent on that particular ready status queue will be stuck. So the ready status we need to manually activate it. But can we do this every time? No, right? Means you cannot go ahead and activate each and every queue, go click ready status, then activate and all. So what you have to do is you can run the CCR reports. Okay, if there are any differences between ECC and APO, and you are not able to sync the data between the system, you can always use this report, CCR report. You must be using as well, because this is very common report to understand the issue and solve the inconsistencies. Okay, so then you can transfer the differences from ECC to APO, APO to ECC. So it is always recommended to check the shift blocks, clear them, and then use the CCR for the reconciliation. So this is the common scenario. Every case it would have happened as well. So some of the queues are ready status, some of the inconsistencies are always there, even though your jobs and all it's running. To clear that inconsistent, the best approach is the use the CCR report. There you will have the various inputs. You can just put it over there. It will give you the result. It will show the inconsistency as well, which data is missing, which is not there in APO, which is not there in ECC, then you can push it out and make the system sync. So it is a good report, I would say, and has to be used normally every projects. Okay. So what could be the root cause for this kind of issues where you have seen the queues are not processing automatically and getting stuck with the ready status? Maybe many times it may happen as well. So you have to see this scheduler, inbound scheduler. What is the status of that inbound schedulers? So this has to be R. Okay, this type has to be R. If it is a U, that means your queues will not pass through. It has to be registered. So that's how you have to make the changes, and then the queues will be processed automatically as well. So this is again common mistakes would happen as well. So make sure that these settings are registered. So the type should be R. See, this kind of queues you would see it. So it would be in a ready status, and then you have to do it manually, activate and process it. But if it is a 1 queue, 2 queue, that is fine. But if it's a huge number of queues, the manual workaround won't work. So you have to check it out the system wise only, what we can solve it permanently. So the second one, what we could see the issue is master and transactional data change transfer to APO is not real time. So this is related to the immediate transfer. So if there is any changes happening at the objects level or transaction level, that has to be integrated with APO immediately. Still the changes are not working. So those kind of issues also you can identify with the CCR as well, because this is kind of a inconsistency, right? So there is one more setting you need to check it out, that is called online transfer, because you are expecting, for example, you have created the purchase order, you have created the integration model for the same, and still the data is not passing through. So whether you have done this checking in the system or not, that you have to verify it. So this is the setting for the online transfer. So you can get it check, means normally it has to be active, and it would be active, but it is just a precaution, or if there is not working something, you should go to the system and verify, okay, if it is updated or not. For master data, you can additionally check the change pointers are active or not for the message types and object types as well. Okay, so there are two settings you need to check it. This is the one setting for the online transfer and the change pointer setting. So if that is missing, your data will not transfer immediately. It won't be a real time. So that is one of the case you should always verify in the system wise. So what is this change pointer and all? Let's see that. Change pointer for the master data changes are not recorded. So this is for the master data. When there are any changes in the master data objects which are integrated with the APO and also the part of integration model, still the changes are not reflecting. You will not find any SIP queue blocks. These changes not even transfer to the APO when the SIP job will run for the respective integration models. So the issue you understood, right? Everything is okay from the system perspective. You see there is no block queue, the jobs are running, still the data is not visible. So you could check this change pointer settings and see whether this is activated or not. So there are certain transactions that you have to go and check it out. For those transaction list also I will give you. So based on that transaction, you have to make sure that this is all done. And this is one time setting. It's not that every time you will do it. So before any projects are being implemented and all, this is all done. But it is always good to check all these settings and make sure that it's activated. So the root cause would be this issue mainly pops up when you have not activated the ALE change pointer in the transaction BD61 or particular message type. Here there are messages types in the BD50 that is also not active. So these particular issues you can verify. If everything in the system setting wise, job wise, queue wise, you find okay, but still the data is not updated. So change pointer is one of the root cause that you can always go and verify. And you will have I guess the guys will have the display access, because this would have been already done. In case if it is not done, then you have to get that done immediately. Now the next common error is master data changes are not getting transferred to the APO. So see, master data once created, we are doing that transfer to APO. It's not on daily basis we create a master data, but of course on the period of time there will be some of the master data changes, creation, updation, deletion would be there. So that changes has to be reflected in APO. So then you will see the jobs are running, the SIP is queue blocks. It's not there any queue blocks as well, even though you cannot see this master data changes in the APO side. So in that issue, you can verify if there are multiple integration models are active for the same object, and you can use find out if there are these multiple integration models in the CFM5 transaction. So the previous issue and this issue, the difference is, like suppose the previous issue you find it already setting is also maintained, still the data is not updated in APO side. So in that case, you have to identify whether there are multiple integration models are running for the master data object, which should not be, because you can create many types of integration models, and normally the functional guys, they make mistakes by creating multiple, and they forget to deactivate, or they will just schedule it and leave it. The multiple integration models are still running, that could cause the master data is not getting activated. So for the master data, you should have only one integration model active. You should not create multiple and keep running on the parallel. So that would be one of the system check in terms of a integration model. How many integration models are running, that is using the CFM5. Okay. So the next common error is the custom field value change in material master is not triggered change transfer to APO. So it's related to the custom field. So you have modified your objects into the Z1, and you wanted to transfer those objects to the APO system. Again, you need to check it out for the custom object. The main thing is BD61, BD50, everything is active or not, that you have to verify. The issue mainly pops up when there is a Z custom field added to the APO master data object but not added in the transaction of BD62. And that's how this changes are not reflecting in APO. So you understood, in BD62 already the standard objects are maintained which are active, but when it comes to the Z object, you have to add it as a manually and activate it. And once that is done, then only the Z objects will be transferred to the APO. Normally, the functional guys should know this. It shouldn't be a kind of new stuff for them. But yeah, this is what we are also checking in our system. So remember this BD50, BD62 transaction, that is really important to check. APO orders are not getting transferred from APO to ECC. So see, this is the reverse way. Now what previously issues what we have seen, the data is not flowing from ECC to APO. Okay, so this is the issue where the data is not flowing from APO to ECC. So for example, in APO, we are creating the procurement proposals, so that has stock transfer orders, so that has to be reflected in the ECC system. The first report, you have to check it out as the CCR report. If that is also not helping out, then you have to go back to the transaction SAP APO CP1. This is called the publication definition. If that particular procurement proposals or stock transfer order is not maintained for that specific plant and ECC system, the data will not flow from APO to ECC. So this is very important transaction to be maintained from the functional side when you wanted to transfer the data from APO to ECC. Otherwise, nothing would work. Even though you are expecting lot many details should be updated in ECC, no. So this is the one of the transaction we would see in the system as well, because that is how we have to transfer our planning result from the APO to ECC to do the procurement execution. Then comes to the major performance issue. Okay, so when you see the jobs are running quite long and it's a kind of major performance issue, how to optimize that jobs. So go to the first setting, CFC2. It is recommended to use the normal logging to keep the system performance better. For administrator, whoever is responsible to resolve the interfaces issue can be given detailed logging access with debugging on. See, it is not always you have to keep checking the detailed logs with access with the debugging on. This may reduce your performance issue. So you have to see the archive this log using this CFGD transaction and configure the application log using CFCC. So these settings has to be maintained beginning only. I mean, how you wanted to handle your all the logs and how you wanted to archive those logs. Archiving is archiving is main concept over here, because every day the thousands of like millions of log you would see keep generating, and if it is piling up it is affecting your memory utilization and all. So the main thing is you need to start the archiving the logs, and for that you have to make the jobs ready. Jobs should run on the weekends to make sure that the old data is getting archived, and there would be specific time period you must keep the logs also, like okay, 1 year log I wanted to keep it in the system. Before that, whatever it is there, I need to archive it. So that has to be maintained. It's a very good practice to do the archiving logs using this CFGD transaction. Check the block size setting for the filter object CFC3. Size of the filter object improves the system performance. So we can see that in the system as well, how this block like filter objects settings can be done. And it's a trial and error basis. You think, okay, with this filter objects the job is running much better, okay, we will maintain this. Okay, no, it is not working out, you need to change it. So it is a kind of, you have to keep checking what is the combination will give you the better result. And of course the parallel processing you have to apply wherever it is available. All right, let's move on then. Common configuration objects are not in sync between ECC and APO. This is the prerequisite before you initiate the master data transfer from ECC to APO. If the configuration is not in sync, then there will be initial error in the SIP data transfer. So let's see. So these are the common configuration objects: currencies, calendars, unit of measure, time zone, and that has to be synced between your ECC and APO. Then only your initial transfer would work out. So standard configuration has been changed in ECC for your UAM calendars, and new configuration objects have been added. These changes must have updated in APO. You can update all this using the RS7 transaction, and you can use the transfer the global setting from the context. So this is again the just a kind of configuration before every project that is taking consideration. All these are the standard objects, right? This has to be common between the ECC and APO. We can use this using the RS7 transaction, and then after that you have to transfer the global setting. The RS7 transaction is from the BW system. Okay, so where you will find all this object, and there you can just transfer the settings as well. So it is I mean, this is very common, this thing, sir. If you can see in the system, that is also well and good. So here the screenshots are there. Other configuration objects either compress and maintains it manually if missing, or use the compare tool menu bar to compare the objects concerned ECC and update all the one shots. See, there is a comparison, whichever is the missing one, it will show you up and you can just reconcile those things. Okay, so then comes to the reports. What are the different reports can be used to handle all the SIF queues, and these are kind of quick fixes. All right, so let's move on to the reports, and these are all standard reports. All standard reports are not always you have to use it based on the error and your analysis. You can always give a try as well. In some cases it may work, in some cases it may not work as well. So it's a specific uses as well, but again, it is not always going to be applicable. You have to make sure that you analyze the issue and then decide what is the report that would fix this issue. Okay. So this is first of the report, which detects and correct the inconsistency between the material master and the integration model with the report rapport GFX, we call it as. Okay. In rare, so this is material master and integration models. If you wanted to check anything, there is a issue with this two, then you can use this report. In rare cases, inconsistency can occur between the data in integration model and field of this particular in the table MARC. They may occur if you have activate the model that refers to the master data that is being changed at the same time. In this case, the activation is finished successfully, but this particular APU KZ is not set correctly and the error message is displayed. The inconsistency can result in error during the ATP check while transferring the production and planned orders. Okay, so this report is purely master data related report. Whenever you find the inconsistency between the models and the particular field, which is kind of for the ATP checks when you are transferring the production and planned orders. So these reports, you can just go into the system, give the system this report name and see how that works. Means, of course, you need a data for this report. So the test system what we have, you may not find all the data, but in your live system, maybe in QA or test system, you can go and you check these reports. This kind of very helpful reports. The next report is RCF Max. This has to be scheduled regularly to find the inconsistency between the integration model sources and their runtime versions. This report must not run parallelly with activation of integration model. Means it is a weekend reports. These are all housekeeping jobs. You are not running on regular basis or not always. You can do this on the weekends, monthly once, 3 months once, and see if you can find any inconsistencies between the runtime versions. Okay, this is not a very common thing, so I have not seen this issue, but yeah, it's good to have these reports. See, these reports, this is the exceptional use only. You can activate the QRFC queues using this report. Means normally I use these reports. Sometimes what happens, the queues are not at all getting activated, not at all getting processed. So whether it's inbound or outbound, you can use these reports. In normal operation, it is not necessary to run these programs regularly because almost queues entries are processed without errors. In case of queue errors, this should be detected by procedure described down. Let's see. These are the same reports. So the error analysis should suggest that preventive measures to reduce the number of future exceptions. For example, you can use these reports. If you start this report on the inappropriate time with too many queues selected, then it says, okay, system. So this report say you cannot use for the you like your hundreds of queues. It's like it just or one or two queues. Somehow it is not getting processed. You can use this report. This would work. I have used it, so this would work. Okay, but it is not always you have to use it, and you cannot schedule as well. Okay, because you have your integration models running, the jobs are running, so you don't have to schedule it always, but yes, whenever there are issues and nothing solution is coming out, try to use this report. This is going to work out. Yeah, this is another one of the good report on the APO side. See, it's a APO Delta Report 3. Detect and correct external inconsistency between APO and R3 with this report to ensure all the relevant transaction data objects. I mean, it's a CCR transaction. CCR transaction report name is the Delta 3 report, which is commonly used. Means every time any issues comes, first try to do this report running, check the inconsistency. If it is not getting solved, then try for the other options. So, periodically, daily to detect and reconcile possible consistency as soon as possible, this report can be used. This is important because further inconsistency can be generated and the planning would be incorrect. In case the recovery of your live cache or APO database has to be executed with inconsistency, okay, this is kind of live cache issues as well. See what sometimes happens, the APO live cache is not updated. Okay, you cannot see the data at the live cache level, but you are able to see data in some other table level. So somehow the database got reflected, the live cache is not showing that. So still any inconsistency if you see, you can just use this report. Okay. So this is one of the famous transaction for the live cache, OM17. Internal inconsistency between the APO database and live cache can be checked with transaction. As I mentioned, there are some issues would come only in APO. This is nothing to do with ECC. Everything is done, but still your live cache is not getting updated. So you can use this report. Maybe you have a data at the database level, it has to be updated at the live cache level as well. Then OM70 is a good transaction. Now the optimization of the performance optimization job. To optimize the performance of the data between the APO and R3 OLTP system, and you can use these OM17 jobs on the weekly basis as well. Just it will give you the better results and inconsistencies and all that, you can schedule it. So there are certain reports you can use it to delete the application log as well. See, there are two things: archiving of application log and deletion of application log. Archiving means still you can see, you can retrieve that data. It will be stored in some of the objects and you are able to retrieve the data. But when the older data, like 5 years back data and all, you don't need it. Business confirm that, okay, from this 2016 year onwards only I need to archive my data, or before that whatever the data is there you can delete it. You can use this kind of reports, and you can delete the application log as well, and it would improve your performance. Definitely we are using this, and yes, we do see some of the improvements because the application logs is keep increasing day to day daily basis, right? So you have to make sure you are doing the archiving and deletion as well. Again, you cannot schedule the jobs like that. You have to get the confirmation from the business, sign off, and then only you can do this. Otherwise, if there is certain data got deleted and all, it's very difficult to take that back in the system, right? So it is not possible. So that's how the deletion jobs, always be careful when we schedule these jobs. So if writing of application log is enabled, CFC2 transaction, this should be done in a production system for certain users and for problem analysis only. The old logs must be deleted regularly. It is recommended to run this job daily, delete logs older than 7 days. See, again, it's your business requirement. If they say, okay, I don't need the data older than 7 days, you can go ahead and delete it. But if the business says, no, no, I need this data like a month or like a 6 month, so you cannot delete it. But you can always check and schedule this job. This will really give the performance improvements. So same thing. Okay. Now there is one more point after the application log. Delete the old inactive integration model versions with report remodel. Okay, this is also very important step. The guys keep creating the integration models and for one objects, and they keep lying in the system. But in production, we should not have all the old integration model versions and all. So you can delete those models because it is not a jobs related. It has must have created for the testing purpose or something which we have to transfer this immediately. So you just created your own integration model and transfer the data, but you haven't deactivated and all. So there are many cases. You will find the many integration models in the system. So it's a good practice to delete those inactive integration model and older versions and all. So that is always there. We also do the same thing. Now this is the report. Okay. Change pointers. Now it comes to the change pointers. See, we have to make sure that the application log has to get deleted. We have to make sure that the old inactive integration models with the older versions, that has to get deleted. Then comes to the change pointer. Check processing of APO change pointer with this report, RDMCP process, to verify that all the change pointers created, process, published of planning result to R3 to run these reports without restrictions. If the change pointer remain unprocessed, then we have to contact the application support team why these change pointers are necessary and why these are not processed. So meaning, there are certain cases the change pointers will not get processed, but we have to make sure that every change pointer is getting processed, and if it is stuck, we have to analyze it. It's not that you go ahead and delete it and all. You have to analyze it, why it is stuck, when it was stuck, and then take action accordingly. But this report, this will help you out to identify those stuck change processes. It should not happen normally, but in case it is happening, this is the report. Means I have not seen it, but yeah, you could check it from your end as well. This is one of the another good report is the order deletion of R3 data. Those are no longer required in a APO. So see, it is not always that whatever the data in R3 has to be available in APO. If you say, okay, this data is not required, you can use this particular report and it will get the data deleted in the APO side. Delete old results of SIF delta report using this delta report reorg. As it is now possible to save reports of delta report run, it is necessary to delete the outdated results and spool and all that can be done. So this is the delta report. When you are saving the results, that spool can be deleted using this delta report. This is also a good report, Miss. I have used it.
Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
See, delta reports, you are keep saving your results. Okay. When the SIF delta reports are coming, I'll show it in the system. There is an option to save your results. So if you are saving the results, the spool is keep increasing. The spool needs to be get deleted if it is old. And I mean, it's a past data and all that you have to delete it. So I will show this in the system. Okay.
Okay.
Because I need that input screen. Without that, I did not remember what was the input. So likewise, you can delete the post-processing records with the report. Processing no longer required should be deleted. So again, this is a kind of post-processing records. It's not that good. I mean, it's not that helpful, but if there are something you have to delete it, you can schedule this report. There are certain steps to do that, but yeah, we will see this in the system, but I have not remembered the input screen for this report. So there are certain precautions also you need to make sure that deleting change pointers may cause inconsistency, as the corresponding order changes are not transferred to R3. Means it's not like that, okay, nothing is working, okay, go ahead and delete this data. No, you have to analyze it and then make a decision what is the corrective action required to make the system consistent. So specifically with the change pointers, do not play with the change pointer. That will give you more inconsistency. In APO database table, tables expand with data from R3 documents. However, data is no longer required. No corresponding information exists in live cache. In addition, the performance of initial data supply or transfer process volume is affected negatively. So if the database table is updated, the live cache is not updated, this will also cause an issue, and that will be having the performances problem as well. So you have to make sure when it comes to the APO, your database plus the live cache is also updated. Obsolete records needs to be deleted. Certain tables, see, these are the order tables, postman and all. You will find the huge number of records, and you have to get this deleted. Then only you will find the performance is better. So there will be, certain tables you need to keep archiving the records from that. I don't know if you guys are following that practice or not, but we will identify, there is some transaction which gives the detail, which is the most occupied the database table. Means these are kind of millions of recordings there in this particular table. Then we go and try to archive those data. So there is one report. I forgot that report transaction, but that will give you the better picture, which is the prioritized database tables where you need to go for the archiving actions. Okay, and that has to be done. Okay, so these are kind of certain errors you can see as a common one. So you will see the error queue is failed with this kind of particular issue. Internal number assignment not defined. So that means no internal number range is maintained for the purchase order. See, now you have to identify with the queue naming convention. This queue is related to what? This is CFEPO. It could be a purchase order queue. So you have to make sure that you go there and check the internal number range, maintain that number range, and then process it. So it gives the clear issue that internal number range is not maintained. Similarly, enter purchase group. For this PO, the purchasing group is not maintaining. So what you have to go? You have to go maintaining the material master and reactivate that queue. Means it's a failed one, right? So once you identified what is the issue, correct it and just reactivate that queue. So certain queues will date comes after end of valid factory calendar. So you have to go and check what is your calendar validity period, and if that is already uh, lying in past, then you have to extend it. So it's there. So some of the messages, like you see the production supply area is not valid. This is kind of EWM's thing. So I'm not sure this one is. I have not done all those things. I've just captured these details. This is related to the WM. WM, I'm not that aware. Okay. Real seafarer, like only possible materials is get. Again, this is all WM. Okay. So the final details. This is looks like common error. Okay. See, the production version is not created and not shipped to the APO. It is normally in PPDS and all this may happen. So you have to create the production version in ECC and then take actions. Again, this is more into the PPDS, PPM level. You need to create a production version in ECC, send it to APO. PPDS issues only. Okay, so this is one of the things. Not possible to determine shipping data for the material. Check the sales organization data for the material master, which is supposed to be maintained correctly in the customization. So many cases you have to go and make sure that your customizations also setup is correct, and then only the queues will be reactivated after that setup. Sales area is not assigned to the sole party and plan. These are kind of common errors, comes under SD, MM, PPDS and all. So it depends on how is the error, you need to take the action. So these are the common transaction codes in the SIP: CFM, CFM2, the view the application log, CFCG1, the filter the object search in the integration model, CFM5, SM1, SMQ2, RFC destinations. This is NDB2 to set up the APO system release level. So these are all important transactions when it comes to the SIP. These are from the APO side as well, and the above ones are from the ECC side. So you can go check it out in the system and see what are the different reports are available, what are the different transactions, and try to use those functionalities as well. Means maybe sometimes we don't really use this kind of functionalities, but it's good to use as the standard function standard help is available, and it will make your life better only. The issues will get analyze quickly and resolve quickly as well. So try out all this transaction in the system, check out all the reports in the system, see how to improve the performance of your jobs, what are the archiving, the deletion of the logs and the change pointers, everything you need to take care of just in case you haven't done it, and you can give a try in your current projects as well. So in your current project, you must be having the test systems. So go there and try to see, how to use these programs and all. And that will give you the better clarity what exactly this program can be done and all. And don't run it in production. And not these reports, no? Basically don't run these reports in the production.
Yeah.
Just first try out the test system and then only use it in production if this is going to solve the issue in the lower environment. Because some of the reports are very sensitive, it may delete some of the data as well, and we don't want to do it in production. QA also, see, most of this report will give you the details, and when you start clicking on the delete button, right, it will show you the pop-up. Really you want to delete this or some kind of message, and then only it gets deleted. Okay, but still don't go and run this delete options and all. Just you can go and view the things. So before moving on, we will move on to the SPM now. So SPM is Service Parts Management Solution. So it's a cross-component solution to support the service part business. It has two business areas: service parts planning and service parts execution. So always we are talking about the service parts planning, okay? But it is a part of SPM solution. SPM solution consists of various modules along with the SPP, and that's how overall integration is called the Service Parts Management, SPM. So what it does, it deals with the high number of SKUs for the aftermarket service, and that is, of course, since it is a millions of parts, you have to maintain the different warehouses, locations to store those parts. And why this is the SPM is the separate solution for this aftermarket business? Because of the high volume of SKUs, warranty agreement, surplus and obsolescence issues are common. What do you understand by the surplus and obsolescence issues? Some of the location you have, beyond the demand, the stock is available. Means huge stock is available, but the demand is not there. But some of the location you have a demand, but the stock is not available. That means the location specific solution is not working out. Where is the demand? There has to be stock available, right? Demand and supply situation has to be managed. But some of the location with huge number of stock, less number of demand is a surplus stock, right? They have a surplus stocks. So obsolescence stock is like, okay, some of the parts which is already obsolete, which are outdated. So still the stock you are keeping out. So that obsolescence, you have to scrap those parts or scrap those orders. So because of that, your inventory cost is going high because that stock is keep lying in the warehouse without any demand as the parts are obsolete. So these are kind of a common scenarios in the aftermarket business where you have a surplus obsolescence and all. That's how the SPP offers the solution on the surplus or obsolescence as well. And that is one of the sub modules of SPP. So that we will see going forward as well when we move on. But yeah, this is one of the good feature of SPP, I would say. So SPEM covers the entire range of service parts activities, planning, execution, fulfillment, collaboration, and analytics. So every part of the SPM covers everything which is required to have the supply chain transparent or proper solution in terms of the supply chain management. So that's the SPM. So it's a SPM and SPP is a part of SPM. So when it comes to the SPM, what are the systems are involved? It's not only SPP. So it is a APO, and part of APO is our service part planning along with the GATP, global available to promise. Then we have a CRM system which is tightly integrated with the APO system. Then we have a ECC system, and it's of course the master data, right? All the master data and all the executions are happening in the ECC system. So all these together combination is called as the SPM solution. So ECC and CRMs are getting connected with the CRM middleware. They do not have any core interface concept. So it's a middleware concept. The SPM and SPP and ECC system is getting connected with the core interface. That is what we have seen earlier, SIF. And the data flows between the SCM and CRM is using the RFC. That RFC needs to be maintained in the system. So this is overall what is SPM. It's a very high numbers of products and location, extensive distribution network. We have discussed also, right? Irregular demand, it's a sporadic demand. Many service parts can be a slow move, very less demand, and that's how it's an irregular demand. Immediate requirement date for the sales order means stock has to be available. It's not now my vehicle is breakdown, now I will order the part from the vendor and then after 10 days it will come to me. No, when the driver or vehicle owner is approaching the dealer has to available that part in stock. So the SPP works on the kind of what is that make to stock scenario. Okay, fast replacement is required. The supply chain has to be very fast. The transportation has to be maintained high volume. So the of course the warehouse is playing the important role in the SPM. So this is overall system integration architecture point of view, how this SPP and the other systems are getting connected and what are the different modules or parts are being interlinked with each other. You can see this, or should I increase the? Let's make it just better. So if you check the supply chain management box, what you find it inside the SPP, you have a global ATP plus the SPP solution. You have a SNC, you have EWM, and then your all the master data which is coming from the ECC and all through the core interface. So this is your normal SCM system with GATP with EWM, because EWM also comes under the APO only, right? Supply chain management. So this is all integrated. Do you have the SNC as well? and then where all this sales order, the claims, returns, all these processes are taking place. That is a CRM. We do have this GRC, Global Trade Services. You guys also use this GRC concepts or GRC module. ECC. So that ECC we know MI, all this SD, if they are using some of the functionality. So everything is in ECC. Then we have PI as well. So this is normally in every organization wherever SPP is getting implemented, this is how the structure would be. So if you look at it, the connection wise, you can see how the data is integrated between these different systems, whether using RFC, whether using the core interface through the iDocs, through the XML messages, as its essence is the web tool, so it is going through the XML messages from the PI. How is this NetBeer is getting connected? So all these integrations are maintained like this. So you can go and verify in your current projects also if this is the case. Means normally it has to be the same case because there is no differences. The when data is connected from the ECC to APO to see some of the details. Suppose you have the custom things and you wanted to transfer from the CRM to the APO, then you can do through the iDoc as well. Right, you can trigger the create the interface. Basically, you are creating the interface which is has a transferring some of the CRM data to the APO, which is not available in the standard. That you can develop through the iDocs. And the iDocs will come to the SPP, it will get processed, and the updates will happen into the SPP screens. We have a standard iDocs as well. It's not like that, but yeah, most of the interfaces which are custom built, okay, you have the iDoc concepts only. Standard is also there. iDocs, you can see the material when it is coming to the ECC side from the CRM side and all. You will find all the standard iDocs as well. But mostly when it is comes to the interfaces, because it's not only SAP, right? You would have the non-SAP systems as well, where few of the data is coming from the non-SAP to SAP, few of the data going from SAP to the non-SAP. So all these interfaces are through iDocs, and if it is a non-SAP, then you have a middleware as well. So middleware is MFQT, MFT, all this MuleSoft. So these middleware connections are there where the data can be passed from SAP to non-SAP systems as well. And you can get those data in form of iDocs, or you can find it in a XML messages. So that way it is, again, depends how your solution is built, but that is how the total structure is built. Right, so you can verify how your current system is, check it out. But I still think you should have the SNC. So please go and verify how come SNC part is missed out. How do they are not using the supplier collaboration network? So this part has to be there in your current projects as well. SNC, it's a web tool. It's a portal basically. And you just go and check there all the details and take actions, check the alerts, approve the things. So it is quite useful, portal. Okay. So this is how the data is connected. So the starting point for the SAP is the demand history. Right, the demand history has to come from you have to do this goods receipts, goods issue, pick, pack, ship and all, right? All these outbound activities. So that will be taken care in the EWM. They will do it, and then goods receipts, once the data is received in the warehouse, then the stock is getting updated. In the EWM, the same stock will flow to the ECC, same stock will update it to APO as well. Related activities in EWM. See, there are the EWM, there is warehouse management. This is now, means it's not new now, EWM, but before that it was a warehouse management. So in our project, we use the third party tool. We don't even use the EWM. We use the third party tool for the warehouse activities, that is called
Okay.
RedPhrase. But basically, normally when you go to the SPP implementation, the EWM or warehouse management, which is the SAP tool or SAP module, right? So that better integration perspective. But we use a third party tool. And this BW is not a external, okay? This BW is the internal to the APO. There are two things: BW external, which is a BW separate module itself. This BW is the internal to the APO, which is used for the capturing the demand history data. Means we can do the reporting as well based on the data available in the BW. But this is the internal to the SAP. SPP. You do not see a separate BW box here. It's an internal. Okay. So likewise, SNC, it's a web tool only, so you don't have to get connected through the transaction. You will have the URL and then it's a web portal. So you go log in into the SNC and that is connected to the ECC system through the PI. Okay, so all the XML message, the ECC can be updated to the SNC. So for example, if the ASN is getting created in ECC, so ASN details can be updated in SNC as well, so that the supplier or the end user have the clear picture what is there in the warehouse, means what is there in the inventory level, what kind of transactions are happening. So all these details are interlinked with each other. So CRM has to connect it with ECC, middleware, and all this connection has to be established before you start the project. Since you are in the support, this must have already done. Okay. So this is more into the overview perspective, as we have seen SPM in like integration with the different systems, how is the architecture. But when you go inside the SPP, what you see, there are three submodules: tactical planning, operational planning, and the execution part. When it comes, you have to make sure that your systems are integrated with CRM, integrated with ECC, EWM, and all. Without that, your end-to-end scenario won't work. That is one point. But when we just talk about the SPP, what exactly we can do in SPP only, without, if we just ignore currently the other system, this is what we can do it in the SPP. So we can do the demand planning. Demand planning is based on the demand history, what we get it from the BW cubes. So the based on that demand planning, the output is going to be your forecasting. Then after the demand planning, you can do the inventory planning. Inventory planning, you define how much safety stock and economic order quantity is required to replacement your complete BOD structure. In the supply planning, you will identify all the DRP processes, I mean the planning processes, and the result would be your procurement proposals. So like it can be through using the schedule agreements or the contracts. It can generate the purchase requisitions or the schedule agreement, schedule lines. And distribution planning, this is the process of deployment and through which you can generate the stock transfer orders also. So in ECC also you can do some of the processes. For I think in ECC also you can have the own, there are functionality available. You can have the stock transfer orders created and all. You can do the same DRP run with the MRP run in ECC. These are kind of functionality available in ECC as well, but this is not going to work out when it comes to the service part, businesses and all. And hold this functionality all together is the SPP. And this is what Monday onwards we will see how to go core areas into the SPP side now. What till now we have seen, it is all common things: master data, transactional data, safe the architecture, but we have to go more the details of SPP with these submodules. So there are planners, roles and responsibilities main thing. So you must be having the end users in your current projects. They would handle certain responsibilities only. Certain users handle, maybe some few transactions only. So that has to be defined at the beginning only. The forecasting responsibility, inventory planning responsibility, who is going to handle, because the live system basically going to be used by your end users and they should be aware what is their area of responsibility. So in your current project, are you aware how these responsibilities are defined? Forecast planners. So there are different planners, and that these all the planners we need to define in the system level as well. Okay, that I will show it in the Monday session, because this is the starting point of SPP. How to differentiate the roles between the different planners, because every product, see, the forecasting planners, they would be taking care of certain range of products or certain business group or certain areas. So they have their range of products defined. So when it comes to the products, so the products we need to assign the planner rights to that product. So then only planner can able to do changes or updations, anything to that particular product range. If the planner rights are not given, that means you cannot edit anything, you cannot view anything. So this is very important what kind of rights we are giving to the planners as well, because if by mistake you give some the edit rights and all and planners make the changes, it could impact your whole planning results as well. So that's how this has to be defined at the beginning level, what are the planner responsibility and how that has to be maintained in the system. So first is forecast planners. So the name itself, you can see, it's this particular planner is going to take care of your forecasting. That means he should know what is your demand history, how the demand history is updated. So the demand history updated, he wanted to make some demand history changes, he should have that access. So these two T codes, SAP APO SPP, DMRD and DMDH. So these are the adjusting demand history. Means planner can go and make the changes in the demand history based on their analysis of the current market. For example, now suppose there is a summer period, they are going to have some promotions defined, or maybe there are some promotional campaign. So they know, okay, during this month, I will have the better demand. So, but as per the previous demand history, this is not the correct, because maybe the previous years they haven't introduced that promotional activities during that period. So planner, what he will do to get a better forecast result, he'll go in the system, he'll go into this transaction and try to adjust the demand history. Okay. So after adjusting the demand history, the jobs will run and the forecasting will happen. So this is the accesses we have to give it to the forecast planner. So forecast planner will adjust the demand history. He has to analyze it. It's not like that he'll go ahead and simply will try to do the changes and no. Based on their analysis only, they go ahead, change it, then they verify the forecasting as well. Okay. So once the forecasting results are updated, they go check and they will see where is the outlier correction, where is the exposed forecast. Means there are various things in the forecasting, right? Again, based on that, they can change the forecast. You can send the forecast results for the approvals to them. They will verify and make the changes, then approve. There are two things when it comes to the approval. certain limit you can define. Okay, if the forecasting is within this limit, then auto approval. No need to go, means planner should not go ahead and make the approval. It is auto approved, so it is released. But there are certain limits where if it is go beyond this threshold, planner has to go manually check, see where is the issue, why the deviations are more, change it, then approve it, and then release it. So that kind of responsibility planner has to do for this focus planner. There is phase out forecast as well, means we are not using it. Are you guys are using phase in for phase out forecast? This is again similar concept in DP what we have it, but yeah, we will see in the system. We are not using it, but yes, we can see. So similar like we have our inventory planner. Inventory planner takes care of this surplus and obsolescence of approvals. So all the EOQs and then safety stock, all these things he will assess, he will check, he will approve, and that rights will be given to him. Then main planner is the DRP planner, okay, because this is the particular proposals what SPP is giving as a result, right? These are the procurement proposals, we call it. So procurement proposals will be transferred to the ECC and supplier, and based on that procurement proposals, only the ASNs can be created. The supplier can create the ASN through SNC if that functionality is activated, or you can create the ASN in ECC as well. So based on this, so this procurement proposals, what it has generated after the jobs has completed based on the supply and demand situation, the DRP planner will take care of all the approvals. So there are mass approvals. This is the particular transaction which is kind of a planning book. We call it as a planning book, SPP DRP M, where you can see whole picture of your particular product location, what is happening on that product from day to day activities, plus in the future what is the supply, what is the demand, how the results are there, where is the shortage, where is the excess, everything you can analyze. The planner normally go into this transaction and review and try to see the situation and then take a action. There are certain manual reviews are required that can be approved through DRPMR. There are planning logs planner can maintain. For example, see there are certain products keep changing the planning result. Planner know, okay, another 1 month I don't want any changes in the planning result. He can set the planning log so that results are not keep changing. So again, it's a decision taken by them. Then one of the main transaction is SPP DRP SB. So where you can go and check the procurement proposals. Okay, what is the output of your DRP? You can go there. You can see the various types of alerts. Okay, alerts are the main functionality of SPP as well. Means in the APO side also you have the alerts. In SPP you will find huge number of alerts. Every means based on the configuration deviations, these alerts would be generated. That will give clarity and visibility to the planner, and then based on that alerts, the planner will say, okay, this I have to take this action, I have to do this way, that way, and all, and check the results. Have you guys are working on any alerts currently in the project? Any alerts? Do you know? Anyone can remember the alert number? Anything which you are handling? Because As a part of support projects, alerts is the main thing. If you know the ticket has raised first, the DRP, suppose the, let's say take an example, ticket is raised by telling that DRP's results are not correct, or maybe there are some issues. So first we have to check what kind of alert it got generated. Based on that particular information, we can backtrack all the details and resolve the issues. So the alerts are very important when it comes to the DRP. Any specific alert did you remember? There are many standard alerts, okay? You can have your own custom alerts as well. That is also possible. But yeah, what kind of alerts you guys are using? Many cases, in my earlier project was a support project, we used to get cases like alert is not getting generated as well. Means they were expecting because of some of the issues, it should come up the alert, because alert is, it will give end users, okay, this there is something wrong, right? That's how the alert got generated. Because the alert got missed out, the end user will not verify the changes and they will approve straight away. Why the alert not getting generated even though there was deviation? So this kind of also issues are very common in SPP. Why extra alert got generated? Why not this alert? Why this alert? So it's a huge number of alerts. We can check in the system as well. And one of the major transaction is fixed demand and fixed receipts. Okay, if the planner thinks there is an additional demand we can add for this particular product location combination, he can go ahead and do it manually. He don't have to wait for the demand history. He can just use this transaction, update it. He says, okay, I wanted to add the receipts extra, you can do this transaction. So this is very good transaction, but has to be carefully utilized. For the testing purpose, this transaction is very good to identify the issues and results. And the last planner is the supply chain analyst. Okay, so this particular planner uses the SNC screen. So SNC details and all, he can monitor alerts in SNC as well. He can go and check what are the products is having shortages in upcoming futures. Means like they will see what is the critical product, non-critical product. This particular location is a shortage of this number of pieces, even though demand is there. So all this analysis he can do it in SNC as well, and he can have this supply chain analyst, right? Then there is SDPR as well. This is supplier delivery ratings, performance rating. Means we will not check that, because even I haven't used this particular functionality, but the SDPR is like something, we are having the external procurement, right? Always. So there could be a lot of different vendors to see the performance of those vendor, whether they are delivering on time, whether they are doing excess, or the quantity what is ordered, it is always deviating. So based on that particular scenario, you will have the report generated, and based on that report, the particular vendor gets selected when it is a procurement proposals needs to be sent out, right? So which is the preferred supplier, we call it as a preferred supplier. So that can be checked with the STPR report, and this supply chain analyst, he will use that report to verify who is the good vendor, who is always on time delivery, no deviations, good quality, everything that would come up in that report, and he takes the action. So these are the different kind of planners we need to create in the system, and these planners has to be assigned at the product level, product location combination, and based on that planner rights, he will take the decisions. Okay, so I would say go ahead in your current project, see what kind of planners that has been created. So you go to the Mat1 transaction, in the property tab, you will see the planners, various types of planners over there: buyer, DRP planner, forecast planner, inventory planner. Go there and do the F4. Then you will find, okay, this many planner rights, means planners are created, they are assigned and all. So you can verify the same. We will see in the system, but yeah, in your current project, it is important to understand this. You can very well check.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is a key input for SAP SPP? Option A, sales orders. Option B, production orders. Option C, equipment master data. Option D, purchase requisitions. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Why the SPP is required, then different landscape, the operational planning, the tactical planning, the famous SPP diagram, various submodules in the SPP. So that is what we have seen in the first session. When we talk about the second session, it was related to the master data and transactional data. What are the master data is required from ECC to SPP? How is this transactional data? What are the different components is required when it comes to the SPP planning? And that was the generic data, which is common between the APO and SPP. When it comes to the specific to SPP data, there was a bill of distribution. One of the major master data is BOD, and that also we will see it today in the system. And then we went through the SIF, right, core interface. What are the different settings required? What are the different transactions we could use it to monitor the queues, to do some of the settings? What are the common errors? Or different transaction, what has to be used in APO side, what has to be in ECC side, because SIF is one of the major area when it comes to the SPP. And as a in support project, there could be a lot of chances that SIF issue would be more and more. So there are certain programs which would help us to resolve the issues very quickly. So that is what we have seen, but as a theoretical. So what today I'll be showing you all those programs and some of the transactions related to the SIP, ECC, APO and all in the system. And then we'll go to the SPP master data. So as we have seen already, APO and SPP common master data we will not go through again, but SPP master data we will separately go through via directly system only. We will not go through the theoretical part. So let me just try to connect the system and then share the screen. So when you install or you try to log in into the SAP system, you will see, I think, APD and NPL system. Okay. So the APD system is APO system, that is mean SPP system, and NPL is the ECC system. So we'll first go through the APO system. So this is what you can see when you log in. And if you wanted to navigate through the menus, so you can see here service parts planning. So it's a APO module only, right? So you have a demand planning, you have supply network planning, you have global ATP, production planning, TPVS, master data, everything you will find under the APO type. Likewise, under the APO only, you will find the service parts planning. So there is a planning transaction. So there are in the planning folder, you will see the forecasting, inventory planning, distributor requirement planning, deployment, and how to schedule the jobs. Okay, when the SPP functionality has to be run, we need to schedule the job. So that we supposed to check through this particular transaction. So that I will take you to the system later on. But this is some of the reporting purpose and all. You can use this transaction. There are some current settings which is required to make your jobs run and all, how to set up that. So there are some planning service management functionality. Then this is the functions of ascendancy. And this is some of the maintenance and service part planning department. Okay. So when you do not know what is the T code and all, you can navigate, and once you know the T code, you can make it as a favorite option, and then you can utilize that. So this is first of all SAP APO SPP system. So now we are going to see some of the transactions and some of the reports what we have used as a part of SIP interface. Okay, the main transaction is SAP APO CCR. So this is the reconciliation transaction. So this has to be used, okay. There will be a lot of discrepancy when it comes to the R3 and SPP. And that discrepancy you can identify with this transaction and also correct those discrepancies with this transaction. So you wanted to execute the details, you can choose the, you wanted to use which system. So you wanted to see the all the details already planned, model, name and all, you can give that. If you don't know, there could be some of the performance issue because of the huge number of entries will get selected. So where is the consistency? Purchase order, plan orders, you can have the multiple options selected, and then you can execute this transaction to see the, what kind of discrepancy you have. It means, I don't know now we will have it or not, but let's see. But normally you will find this transaction is very helpful in all the cases. And this is nothing to, use it wrong or we should not use it in production and all. It's not like that. See, you are just executing. You haven't done any action on this. So if there are any discrepancies, it will show it. Means it will show these plan orders are not in APO or these purchase orders are not in R3. Then if it is displayed, it will come up here, the list. On the left side of your window, and then you have to select that and you have to push it wherever it is missing. Before that, analyze, I mean, whether that is the correct discrepancy or not. If it is a correct discrepancy, then push that plan orders to APO, push that plan orders to R3. If there is some inconsistency, you don't want to, those plan orders are something that needs to be deleted, you can delete it from the APO and R3 side. But yeah, before deletion, make a proper analysis. You shouldn't do it deletion, but the transfer to APO system, R3 system, you can always do that. It will resolve your inconsistency within a few seconds. So it is very good transaction. And this is what we call it as a SAP APO SIF Delta report. Okay, whether you use it CCR transaction or you go to SC38 and give the program name, you will find the same thing. And you can schedule this transaction in background as well.
and select all the selection criteria, and you can select this option, save the results. Okay, suppose today every night you wanted to find it out what is the stock discrepancies. Okay, there could be always the cases the stocks are not matching. So stock in transit, sales order stock, or storage bin location stock and all. So you can select that, give your product location combination and execute and save that. So when the jobs are completed, when you log into your system, you can see that save result, and then push those stock in APO or R3 side to make it as a consistent in both the system. So these are used as the background job as well. So normally it is been scheduled. I'm not sure whether in your project it has been scheduled or not for some of the objects, but you can go and verify if that is the case. Okay, this is going to be very useful when you schedule it, where you see a lot of inconsistency every day. It's not like that once in a while you have an inconsistency you are scheduling, because it's a performance issue. Okay, because a lot of data will get selected, you have to save the result, it will get comparison. So it is recommended to schedule it after the business hours. It's not like, okay, for few of the parts the direct material and plant, you can directly use it and schedule it, no harm in that. But if it is a huge number of selection, better to go for the after the business hours and save that result. And once you are back, verify and correct the inconsistency before business login and check the system. So this is the one of the CCR transaction. You have to define it, like how many parallel work processes you want to use it. So if you as I mentioned, this is a performance problem. This report always gives the performance problem. To make that little improvement, you can use this parallelization profiles and that defines how many work processes, memories, and all, that kind of settings or definitions you can define over there. And then you can utilize over here. It will give you the better performance. That is the only use of this parallelization. And normally it is being used, means these profiles will be created based on the basis recommendations as well, and this has been used. Because normally it is always defined by basis, so we don't use it, means whatever it is created, right, that one we will use it. Profile. There could be some other transaction, but I'll go check and let you know by tomorrow. Okay. So we have already defined by basis, so we just use it. But where it is maintained, I will check it. I have maintained it. Okay. Any other query in this particular transaction? See, whatever the object SAP has provided, for that only you can identify the inconsistencies. If there are some custom programs also I have seen which is added into this, means this report was modified to include those objects as well, and use of those objects whichever is not exist. See, we use normally plan orders, purchase order, purchase requisition, confirmation, schedule agreement, sales order, almost everything. It's all same functionality, right? So it's almost everything. Stocks also will be there. You have to utilize, but again, if you are selecting the multiple objects, right, simply, you don't know, okay, it is given, simply selecting and trying to execute, lot of, it will take a time to complete the job, right? So you have to make sure which one you have a every time inconsistency, and for that object only you have to schedule it. That you have to make a decision and it gives the parameters. Otherwise, this is really painful that it takes a lot of time on this job. All right. Then comes to the another transaction called CQ, queue manager. Okay, so this is similar to your SMQ1 or Q2. Means in SMQ1 you go and check the outbound queues. In SMQ2 you check the inbound queues. So both the things you can check it in this transaction. So this is the single transaction can be used to check SMQ1 and Q2. And mostly it will be used for to show the blocked queues or blocked queues. So let's see. So if something is there, it will show all the queues, and then you can resolve it, you can activate it at a time. So there is activate. There you can go and check if the queues are filled. You can go and check all the error details in this, and queues, executed, deleted, displayed. So this is a special, single transaction where you can see both the system queues. Rather than going to ECC, check one transaction, come to SPP, check one transaction, you can use this SCM queue manager transaction. It is the same thing, nothing different. Only thing is that it is a single placeholder to verify all the queues with errors, with activation functionality, locking, unlocking, deleting, everything you can do this transaction. Okay. Then comes next transaction is CPP. And see, this transaction you have to check in your current project, or you go to your test system wherever your access is given, right? So go there and check this transaction and try to utilize. It's no harm to use this transaction even in production, because it's just a monitoring transactions. Now comes to the CPP. So this is the CPP transaction, SAP APO CPP transaction, where you can execute all the records and see what are the faulty inbound and outbound queues are there. Okay, but you can use this only for one individual records. Okay, here you can give the order number, here you can mention the details and execute. If there are any issue, it will show you all the faulty inbound or outbound queues. And then instead of this CPP transaction, SAP has come up with another improvement transaction that is called CPP1. Okay, so this is the CPP1 transaction, which is similar. Only thing is that you can have here multiple records, and then you can see the issue, all the faulty queues and all. Okay. So this is also one of the good transaction to see all the faulty queues. So yeah, this will be displayed like this. So this is the ECC system. This is the EPO system. See, you have to see there are some queues are stuck, blocked. You processed it. You can transfer it to the APO system. You can transfer it to the ACC system. This is giving, and here you can see the object level as well. You see the schedule line, the external product location, location name. So these are kind of object lines you can, with object categories you can view. As per that, the errors will be displayed. This is also a good transaction, I would say. And see, from here only you can navigate to the CQ transaction. If you wanted to take action, yes. Yes, yes. So it is a kind of common transaction only. Here you can see the object level of details. You can see here, right? Those details are not displayed in your CPP or some CCR transaction. Means it will give whole list. Whatever it is there, it will give the whole list. But if you know what are the object types and all, you can still restrict it and execute this transaction. So that is the only difference in the selection wise. Otherwise, it is going to work out the same thing. See, it is a SIF post processing multiple calls. You can select the multiple objects. You have to see here it is select all, right? Suppose you have 10 error queues display here. Select all and then you can activate it. You can validate it and push it to the ECC or AP. So likewise, and here also you can go to the navigate to the queue manager. You can take the action from there as well. Nothing, going to be a big difference, but the functionality wise here and there, some of the selection criteria would be more that will give better performance. Okay. So to use this transaction, you have to make a certain settings. Okay, you cannot use directly this transaction and utilize it. So there will be some of the settings under the SIP. So to see that settings, you can navigate to SPRO. That's where it comes. Integration with SAP components, integration via core interfaces. So these are some of the basic settings. Okay, you need to check it out when it comes to the SIP. It must be already activated or it would be there. But just in case if something doesn't work, you have to navigate this part, integration via APO core interface, and see the things. So activate SIP error handling. So this is the error handling for this post processing. If you haven't maintained these settings, then you cannot use this CPP1 transactions and all, because it is going, it will not show anything. So it is mentioned, okay, which system, what kind of queues you wanted to check it and all. So all these details you have to mention it, and this is it is active. This indicator says it is active, and that's how you can use this post processing transaction. Otherwise, it will not work. So there are these are SIP error handling methods, and some of the things are required that you need to set up as well in the system. You can go and check it in your current project how it has been done. So CPP normally not being used, but CPP1 is being used. Okay, then when it comes to the another transaction, there is one more good program. RDL log. Okay, so this program is a weekend jobs normally being used as a housekeeping jobs to delete the application log entries. So on daily basis, it will be the huge number of queues would be processing, the logs would be written. So to have the better system performance again, it's good to delete the logs entries which are quite old or archive as well. So to delete these old entries, you can use this program, and you can use for which particular object you wanted to do. It's not like you can do it for everything, but you need to select from the list. Okay, this is the object where I wanted to do the deletion and all, and based on that date and time, it will give you all the details, and the jobs has to be scheduled on the weekends, all these housekeeping jobs and all, and then you can use this program. This is also one of the to maintain your health of the system. This is a good program. Okay. EWM. So all this, you can find it all the standard object here. So this is the time series, okay, TDL, transaction data. So these are the time series data, which maybe we don't need it, which is quite old. Let me tell you something related to the. Okay. So it is again pointing, no, it is not there. So some of the objects, whichever is the standard object available, you go ahead and check it out, and that will give you the better performance. That is the only thing which has been used. Sales order and all, I think it has to be there. And again, here the main criteria is the date. To till what date you wanted to delete and all. So be careful. If it is not required, don't use it. But again, it's based on your business requirement. You can utilize this particular program to delete the application log entries. Okay. So these are any other transaction you would like to know? These are certain programs. There are something on the ECC as well, so that we will check it out. And yeah, there is one more good program that I show you. Okay, so this is SAP APO C5 transaction. Okay, so here you can have the particular details maintained, and you can schedule this job. Okay, let's. The problem is we do not have much good data. But this is particular, when you know there are some queues issue and you wanted to debug it. So you can mention all the details in this particular transaction, execute it, and then based on that, the queue, you can stop that user specific inbound queue. So that is the use of this transaction. Means you can define what CF4 Okay, so this is the transaction CF4, not CF5. CF4 is the transaction where you can specific particular user should have the debugging access or not, at what level, how is that setting defined in this C4 transaction. So here you cannot give accesses to all the users. So it has to be debugging off for all the users. But these are the 3 developers in your project. So for these 3 developers only the debugging options has to be given. Then you can use this particular transaction, C4 transaction. So like specific that user, give the debugging on and it will work out. And just mostly it is being given to the developer access only. It's not to all. Because again, everybody get it access, that doesn't make any sense. And that should be a roles defined as well, right? This particular team has this access and all. So they normally give based on the user specific accesses. C5 transaction, in the C5 transaction, you have to transfer all the, this is normally works to send the planning results to the ECC and all. If your integration models is not set up, then you can use this C5 transaction to push the data. If your integration models is running, then no need to use this transaction. So some cases, if your integration model is not at all working or it is failed and all, you can use this particular C5 transaction to push the data, and then you can give all the input criteria. Based on that, it will work out. Okay, miss. But if you have normal shift jobs running, there are no issues. The data is going from R3 to APO, APO to R3, everything is working fine. Then don't we don't have to use this particular transaction CF5. It is only for the specific cases. Online transfer and all, if you want to do immediately, quickly, because your jobs are failed and all, you can utilize this transaction. This is normally used when your integration models are not working. It's better to schedule the integration models and make that, because it's an online transaction, right? Your data keep changing from R3 to APO, so you cannot keep running the manual way. So it's good to have your IM running. If not, some cases you wanted to fix some issue, use this pipeline. Order number, you have again, you can give the planners. For the planners, see, I mentioned, right, there are different kinds of planners. So this particular planner, these many objects are there and all, they can go for that particular, or you have a particular locations defined as well. For this location, whatever the issues are there, you can mention it. Normally what I have seen is through order number only it has been processed. Now, and this is for the online transfer, it is immediate transfer, and that's how it's been used. So this is the some of the EPO transaction, and there is one more transaction that is more important. OM17. Okay, so this is the consistency check transaction between the APO database and your live cache. As we are using the live cache, you will find there are various inconsistency. The data is updated in the database, but not in live caches, or vice versa. So you can use this transaction. See, here the SAP also gives the warning. But this is very helpful transaction. It doesn't harm anything. So you select all the objects wherever there is a inconsistency, give the planning version. Here planning version is important, and it will give you the list of the inconsistency. Then you can fix that inconsistency then and there only. So let's see. So here it will show. See, now planning version, ATP indicator set differently in database and live cache. So some error. So correct all inconsistency. Correct data. Fixed. ATP is something related to the GATP. Planning versions. Okay, so GATP we haven't integrated, right? So that's how it's all BOP, ATP update and all not taken care. But all these details you can see here, and normally what you have to do is select and correct all inconsistency, check all inconsistency again. Or if there are multiple issues, then you wanted to do only for 3 or 4 rows, then selected inconsistency, you correct it, and it will clear out all the inconsistency between the APO and live cache. Okay. So that is a really good transaction. Multiple times we need to use it, and this can be scheduled as well. In my current project, we have scheduled this transaction as well. So you can save all your inputs, schedule it, and monitor it. Monday morning when we log in, we see okay how this job is. Of course, it's a weekend job. We go and check what are the inconsistency, correct it, and then start. So this is for the live cache OM 17 transaction.
Uh, what's difference between this transaction and the CCR transaction?
CCR transaction is for the R3 and APO. Okay, the inconsistency, but this is only the APO inconsistency. In APO, you will have the live cache plus database, right? So to resolve within a APO any inconsistency, then you have to use this transaction OM7. See, for example, now you got the plan order, okay, from or purchase order from the ECC, and now you can go and check it out in the APO database level. You could see that means in the table it is updated on the database level. But when you go to the transaction to see that particular purchase order, because you wanted to define some action on that, and you can't see that in a live cache. That means it is not updated in the transaction. And the table level it is there, but when you go to the transaction, it is not updated over there. So this is the inconsistency, right? Means from the ECC, you have got the data in APO, but in APO, it is not reflecting properly. So in that case, you go and check over here what are the inconsistencies are there, and then just you can have the normally you can just select the product location combination and find out what means it will show all the inconsistencies. If you select this particular combination for that product location, whatever it is there, you can see here you can define that and identify all the inconsistencies. So it normally happens. So it's not always that the database and live caches are in sync. It normally the issues are there.
What are the main reasons for these differences?
See, again, it is a kind of inconsistency only. Means there are some job issues, queue issues, and all. If the queues are updating very late, so jobs are failed, the database is not updated, live caches are not updated. That kind of issues only, because of that you can see these inconsistencies. Or users are doing some of the manual actions without updating some of the fields, and they are not saving it properly, so database updated, not live caching. So that is also the cases. Only thing is that we have to fix it, right? See, not every case you will find the root cause when it comes to the inconsistency. Means you have to spend a lot of time to identify where is the issue. And if it is just one or two parts, you can find the inconsistency. Normally, I don't recommend it to spend the hours of time to identify the reason. Main first thing is you have to resolve that issue. So resolve it. If it is reoccurring, means every time, every day you see this kind of issues, then you have to go at the root cause level and identify what time, because of what job, or what object these issues are coming up, and then do your analysis. If it is just a once in a while, you need to take an immediate action, go for this. All right, and then there is one more transaction case. I have not used it. Let's see. It's more, I think, AP or DP or SNP level they will use. That is in SPP. Okay. So this is for the time series master data. Means it is again, like issue related transactions, since we are also in SPP, also we use the time series and order series data, right? Similar like DP and SNP, this transaction is used if there are any inconsistency to repair and all. So that is used. I haven't used it, but it is one of the transaction. It is available. Right? I mean, it's provided by the SAP. So the guys who are working on the SNP side, do you or DP side, do you use this transaction? Any idea? Okay, so see this, even though you use this transaction, it shouldn't run along with the other planning area objects and all. When something is getting processed, some jobs are running, and you cannot use this particular report at the same time. So you, because it's a planning version dependent, right? So you have to utilize again this transaction during the weekends only, where the jobs are not running, and if you wanted to identify any inconsistency for the time series master data, then utilize this during the weekend. Okay. So this is the sum of the, see, I do not know in APO, but normally what we do in SPP is there is one more transaction, TDL tools. Let's program. Okay, this is the one, TDL TS test. Okay, so this comes under the TDL tool only. I will see what is the spelling issue. So in SPP, if you want to see the time series data, we use this transaction. Okay, but for this, there are mandatory fields, and you should know what is the data source you are using, what is the time series ID, periodicity, and all. So once you give all these details here, so down you will find the result. Okay, and when we analyze that result, then we'll come to know there could be some inconsistency in terms of a quantity, in terms of a dates, or there are some of the other values which is not matching. So then we can use that transaction. But before that, you need to analyze this particular result. Okay, if there is really issue in the time series level, with the live cache level, which is related only to the time series ID. And then database, you need to select, okay, I have a time series, right? So live cache and all. So from this particular, if it is a forecast, if it is a demand history, where this particular issue belongs to, that you should know the proper input, and based on that you can go for the that particular transaction or program. Okay. All right, then we'll just take 5 minutes of break, and then we'll go for the ECC transaction. Till now, what we have seen is all SPP transaction. All SPP transaction or programs that will start with SAP APO. So for ECC, we have a client ID 812. Okay. So first, two good programs, I would say. This one. This program is the queuing scheduler program. Okay, so you know the queue names or don't know and all, you can just execute it. How to do the queue name? Okay, so if you know the queue name, you can just execute this, inbound queues. So suppose your queues are stuck, it is not at all processing it. And even though you are activating and all, still it is not working out. So you can use this queue scheduler program where you have to enter the queue names and then start, execute that queue. Means through these programs, forcefully the queue will execute. Means it. So if there are so many queues are stuck, you are not able to move, you are not able to activate, and all these programs are really useful. Again, this is not supposed to be used on the regular basis. First, anything failed, you need to analyze it, process it, clear it. If there are some issues, you clear it, activate it, queues will be reprocessed. Even though everything you have done, still the reprocessing is not happening, then use this program. Mention that queue name, whichever is the stuck, and execute it, it will execute that queue. Okay, so for the stuck queues, specifically for the inbound queues, this is the very good program. So similar way for the outbound queue, we have this program. Same case, only for the outbound queues. So there is nothing, you can give the star as well, not an issue. But same case, there are everything you have done from your end, still the queues are not processing, it is stuck, ready status, even though you do activate and all, it is not working out. Use this program for the outbound queues. This is queue out scheduler. Okay, so very good programs, I would say. ECC, all the right, see, master data, all the transactional data from the ECC to APO. From ECC to APO you are talking about. So these are the planning results. Okay, from APO to ECC, all the planning results will be transferred because master data is the only for the ECC, right? There is nothing that we are maintaining separately in APO. So all the transactional data from the APO side, like plan orders, or if you have stock orders, you have purchase orders, what you have created in APO, schedule agreements, external procurements, all those things, planning result which you wanted to transfer from APO to ECC, that would be your outbound queues.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the main objective of the inventory optimization component in SAP SPP? Option A, to ensure the availability of spare parts. Option B, to minimize total inventory costs. Option C, to forecast demand for spare parts. Option D, to manage service level agreements. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So this is now there are certain transactions. CFC2 again. So this is also the similar settings what we have seen in the APO side, right? In APO side we have seen for the logging and debugging, you can maintain the username, and also similar way in the ECC side, if you wanted to debug any queues and you wanted to give a rights to specific users only, then you can maintain these settings. So it's a CFC2, and normally you cannot give star over here, it will give you the performance issue. So better to give the some user specific names and then only make this debugging option on. So that is how normally it's been used. Then there is one more transaction called CFG1. So these are the very good transaction when you wanted to analyze any failed queues in detail. Okay, so you know, okay, from this time to this time jobs are running and you have 2 hours of window. In that window, how many queues failed, what kind of errors, the details of that errors you wanted to analyze, use this transaction. Normally you give this all logs, means even though it is warnings and all, everything get displayed. Only very important logs, means only the error queues will get displayed. Means you can play with this different inputs, but to analyze the issue, this is the good program. So you need to select, know your object timings, and then go ahead in that particular timings what are the issues that come, and the details about it will be visible over here, and then you can start your analysis. So this is CFG1 transaction, display the application log. So similarly there is CFGD. So delete the application, because as I mentioned earlier as well, these applications logs are keep generating and it's a huge data. You cannot keep all the application log all the time. So there has to be deletion options as well. So these are kind of housekeeping jobs. You can always schedule it on the weekends to delete that application log based on the date, time objects, and then the system will be, show better performance. So this is the deletion of those application log. Then there is one more, CFC6, I guess. Let's see. Okay. So how you wanted to configure your application log, that also you can maintain it from here. Normally I have not used it, but I have seen this transaction. So plan orders, how you wanted to perform the application log. Let's see. Because it's a function model, right? It has different inputs. See, in the inclusion in the log, what kind of fields you wanted to use for the log display, that you can utilize from here. Means in the log, when the queue get failed, I want order number to be displayed, I want plan to be displayed, I want whatever the planning version. No, normally it is 00, right? Start, finish, date and all. I don't want what is the other fields and all. Maybe this is only one object where you are limited, but other and all, that will be huge data. So in the application log, I don't want to see a lot of things. I wanted to see the particular plan order, because if I know the order number, I can go and check on that particular order number what is the issue, rather than rest of the details, right? So what is the important in my application log to be shown, you can use this program. You can configure this your application log using this program. And normally, if application log shows product, location, order number, details and all, it's very easy to, analyze. If you don't have those details, then which is the particular order or product is causing the problem, that would be a too much things. Means you can do that, but it will take a lot of time, and that much business has to wait, and also that's how it's better to get the proper details in the application log. And there is one more program. We were talking about the transfer of global setting, right, using the RSA1. So same RSA1, there is one program, RSIMP cust, transfer the global setting selection. So all the currencies, units of measure, calendars, fiscal year variance. So you wanted to transfer it, then you can use this program. Okay, instead of RSA1, go to that particular option, global setting and all. The same program will do the same activities, and then it would be sync in between the ECC and APO, because many times the unit of measures would be different. Then there will be the inconsistency. The calendar has to be a proper format, a proper time zone and all, right? So that sync has to be done using this program. But again, this is not every time you could use it. It's not that a daily usable program. Whenever there are some issues, inconsistencies and all, just to identify, okay, first after your analysis, you notice there are some units of measurement issue, then try this. Without your particular analysis, don't simply run this program. This is not on daily basis program. It's a good one, but not to be used. Alright, this is the one of the program, and there is one more. Yes. So this is to generate and reconcile the runtime version of the active models. Okay, if there are inconsistency during the version checks or active models and all, then you can utilize this program. Normally you don't have to use this program, but in some cases it may have some runtime version error or active model it's not matching and all. So to reconcile that, you can use this program. Okay, so see, these are, and then apart from this transaction, these are very common transaction. I will not go through much on this because you must be aware, right? SMQ1, SMQ2, SMQS. We discussed about this, right? The queue has to be registered. Without register, your SIP will not work. SMQR. So these are all the transactions that is normally used in the ACC side. And then main thing is like CFM1. So CFM1, this is for the creating your integration model. CFM2 for your activating your integration model. So if I just select material, I'm just sure you guys have used this, right? The freshers. Have you used this transaction?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so I will not go through it then.
Yeah.
SMQ, CFM, CFM2, CFM5, various transactions, right? CFM5, if you wanted to check the different integration models for the particular part and all, see what happens. This also I think we had discussed there. If there are multiple integration models active for particular objects and all, it could also create the inconsistency. So at least in production, we should have the correct integration models, not the multiple integration models with the correct filter criteria. So for that, this is the CFM5. So all this you can use it in your daily basis. Okay, so this is the all the details what we have seen it like last sessions, all those in terms of a PPT and now in terms of system wise. Before we jump on to the next session, next topic, any other question? So that transaction, right, ME23N, ME33N, all these transactions, these are kind of common transactions. I did not remember this ME2031. I'm not. You see, these are the standard transactions. See, there is not something specific to SPP. When it comes to the purchase order, schedule agreement, contracts, info records, it's all going to be used in a ECC standard transactions only. And the same data will flow to the APO, or from the APO, the planning result will flow to the SPP. So it is a kind of, there is no differences when it comes to the SPP. What you are using in ECC standard way, it's the same thing. Okay. So for that, we should know properly what is there in the SPP functionality, right?
Yeah.
Without understanding that SPP functionality, we cannot go to the E2 EQ. So first we'll cover the SPP, and then we'll cover. See, the systems are not integrated. It's available as a separate box, but the integration wise, it has to be a kind of implementation project to maintain all these systems. So it is not that good way. Somehow it is connected, some of the functionality is not connected. The ECC system has to be integrated, right? See, I can create the materials, I can create the schedule agreement, purchase order, but on the SPRO level, I'm not a ECC consultant. So I don't know what are the settings we need to maintain it to work out the ASM. Some data is there, that I am sure. So if I go to APO system, no, I don't think so. Every transaction you will have the data, right? So that's how I suggest go back to your project. You have your own test systems as well, right? Definitely there will be like kind of online projects. So you will have the data. You can go and explore over there as well. So in SPP, I have created certain products, plans, locations, and all. So MAT1 transaction. Okay, so this is nothing new for you guys. MAT1 is the product master transaction. So if I go to the product, which is I already shift from ECC to SPP, right? That's how you can get this data over here. So same tabs you will see in the APO as well. But when it comes to the SPP, you will find the different tab which is specific to the SPP. You can see here. SPP inventory planning, SPP TRP, deployment, inventory balancing and all. And these are, apart from this specific transaction, rest is all common. When you go to the DP and SNP system, you will find all these tabs also. And you can see SNP 1, 2, ATP tab. Here is the separate tab for properties of SPP. So these are the additional tabs will come with your SPP installation. Okay. Means it is not always, you can hide this from the DPSNP guys, do not need this, right? So they don't have to bother about all this type. So there are certain settings you can hide these tabs as well. You don't need it. But for the SPP perspective, additional tabs are provided and you can easily identify it with SPP naming convention. Okay. So we discussed about the planners, right? So based on the planner responsibility, they have to use certain forecasting transaction. They have to change the demand history. They have to run the forecasting. When it comes to the inventory planner, they have to make sure that safety stock and all it's there. Then when it comes to the DRP planner, they have to perform several other activities. Means per planner, there are the various activities listed out. So based on that, you can see here SPP planner separates, screen will be populated to maintain this planner. The how this product would be used further, it would be updated here. Means that particular planner only can use this product when the details are filled out. Without planner, every part the planner has to be assigned. Without that, your SPP functionality will not work. Okay, so how to define these planners and all that I'll show you. So these are the planners. USR PLN. This is the planning rights. Okay, so where you can specific for this particular user what kind of planner he is and what kind of rights we can give it to him. So if the planner is here, you can choose. There are different planners created like supply network, supply chain planner, demand planner, forecasting planner, or all planner. So based on that, this particular user is having this particular role and he has for that particular role all the planning rights. So this is how you have to define the planning rights to the users. This means everything. See now here if you select all. So that means that planner can do the forecasting functionality, that planner can do the DRP functionality, that planner can do the inventory planning functionality as well. But if I select the standard planner, that particular planner will be restricted. He will not have all the accesses. Yes, this is based on these particular rules. DP, SNP, initial planner. So there are different planners, right? I have showed you the different transaction related to the different planners as well. So those transaction rights only will have the planner have, not all the means. If he has only view or change access to see the forecasting screen, or maybe some of the display access to the URDRP, but not the edit access, not the change access. If you have given all the planning right, means you can do anything. So normally it won't be there like this. So just a check box, right? So based on this, you'll get it. I'll show you that. So these are the rights. Okay. So if it is, you can create your own planners as well. So if it is a demand planner, so he got only demand planner access. If it is a supply chain planner, he got DRP access. So likewise, you can select this and that would work out. So you need to make sure what are the rights has been given to all the planners. Initial planner, say initial planner, when the parts comes from ECC to SPP, then there could be some of the initial action has to be done, like part has to be assigned to the planners, part has to be assigned to this field, part has to be assigned to BOD. So all these rights that can be given to the initial planner. So he can wanted to see the forecasting screen, as it's an initial planner, he can go ahead and maintain some of the details as well. If it's a production planner, SMP planner, or there is a one specific planner, you can give it all the accesses, that is also there. So it is again depends like how you wanted to give all the rights to your planner. So that is defining this particular transaction, planner transaction. And then this is specific user you are assigning to the planners. You got a specific user. And these are the common names what you have created in the previous transaction. And the same details has to be populated over here. So DRP planner, you wanted to maintain something, you can maintain SP. Forecast planner, you wanted to give forecast planner, or if you wanted to give inventory planning, all planning rights, that is also possible. Or you wanted to give, miss, it's again specific things. Miss, I'm just trying for the testing purpose. So you can give this, you can give this, and save. So this planning rights has to be maintained at each product and location level. That is the important thing. Now, if you go back to the MAT1 transaction, what you see is product location, right? Here you have a global data. Global data, if you click on display, what is the difference you can see here when I select the first option and now I select the second option? What is the difference you can see? Any guess? It's visible, right?
Yeah.
See, it is a global data, means it is not a location dependent data. It is applicable to the all locations. So when you select particular combination, location, product, then it is specific to that combination. Then here you can see the location and all, and related to that, then you will get the list of the tabs, whichever is applicable to the location and product combination. If it is a global data, means there is a no location specified. Okay. So now there are, in every project you can see various MAT1 details are maintained. So you can have your product groups and all properties of SPP. So this is something which is unique to SPP, right? And this is not being used by the APO guys. Only SPP projects, they will use this particular fields. So you don't know about this, so I will not discuss much. But yeah, these are the details. Again, it's not every field you have to maintain it. Based on your project need, you need to select which is the one required for my project and then select it. Most common fields from this particular transaction is production start date and production end date. And then one more is the obsolete retention period and all. Means when this production start date has been initiated, when this production ended, I mean after the 10 years or after the 5 years, these products will be obsolete. Means the production will stop for this product. So that's when this obsolete flag will come to the picture. Even the production has been ended, you need to make this product available for the services. So the retention period is another 5 more years. So likewise, this will be defined in properties of SPP. Units of measure, normally it is EA, and if something is there, it is always from the ECC side. We are not creating our own units of measure. Okay, not all the tabs are important, miss, because this is APO heritage tabs, right? So most of the cases we use surplus and obsolescence scenario, this storage tab as well. ATP tab, when it is a GATP, right? When there is a availability check whether particular part is available in this particular location or not based on the GATP check, this check mode, check horizon ATP group, that has to be maintained. So this is more for the global level, global ATP check, and SNP1, SNP2 are not relevant. So these are the fields needs to be maintained when you are using the CRM functionality.
Okay.
ECC also there is there, but ECC they don't use the global ATP, right? When you are using the product availability check from the CRM side, then this data has to be populated. This data is maintained in the CRM as well as in ECC, and that will be transferred to the API. But this is more to use when your product availability check is done. Demand, again, we are not using lot side, PDS and all. It's not. Okay, procurement. This is one of the tab that is being used. So we have to always define this procurement type. And I mentioned it earlier as well, we are always dealing with external procurement, not the in-house production. So all the parts, it would come with this procurement type. This procurement type is maintained in the ECC level again. When we are shifting the part from the ECC to SPP, all these details get updated. Plan delivery time, that is also maintained in the ECC level. Procurement cost also maintained. So all these details comes from the ECC procurement tab. That is really important. GR processing time, GI processing time, these two fields are important when it comes to the lead time calculation. The product has to be reached from supplier to entry location to the parent location. What are the lead times are involved? What is the GR time? What is the GI time? Everything is maintained here. Okay, so there is one extra tab that is being used to do all the custom solution in the Matwell. Okay, so this extra tab you can utilize. You can have the various field which is not supported by the standard functionality, but it is essential for your project purpose. Maybe some of the fields from the legacy side you wanted to populate the data over here on the product master level. Based on that data you wanted to do some planning, you can very well use this extra tab. Then comes to the SPP inventory planning tab. So this talks about stocking and destocking decision. So what is your replenishment indicator? Anyone is aware about these replenishment indicators? From the ECC, these are all SPP inventory planning. So these are, I have talked about it, right? Procurement type, delivery time, procurement cost, GI times, processing time, all the ECC functionality that comes over here, unit of measures, but something is very specific to SPP that won't be coming from the ECC. So like this is very specific to SPP, nothing would come from the ECC side. Yeah, but there could be some classification, storage and all, ATP details, that is also comes from ECC. Okay. When it is a stocking, destocking, services, I had already told you guys whether part has to be stored to a particular location or not. How do you decide it? Based on this replacement indicator. Now, what it says is NS is not stocked. Means this part is not stocked on this particular location. So that means I cannot run my planning for this particular combination because it is not stocked. So there is no point I calculate something on this particular product location combination, right? So by default, the value would be NS. Based on your demand and stock situation, this NS value would change to SN. Stocked new or stocked and something like that. There would be some of the parts which are hazardous, dangerous, not used. Then you can have this not stocked block, non-sellable parts. So all these indicators has to be decided by our planning services. How is your part setup? Not much depends on this, how this indicator gets set. Okay, there is one more tab is EOQ and safety stock. So there are various fields which is not always going to be useful for your planning purposes. But yes, there are certain fields that it has to be maintained to do the EOQ and safety stock planning. So that remain your planning services, how the results are getting calculated in SPP using the DRP functionality. So all the fields which is required enough has to be maintained, and based on that the DRP would run. As I told you, there are many lead times are available, so that lead times has to be maintained. There are various approvals required that needs to be maintained. If you don't want to go the period based planning, there is ROP. If you wanted to do some kitting functionality, that is also possible. So these are the product master data. And if you do not maintain some of the fields which is required for your planning, then it may show the differences. Okay, result may be come out, but the result may be wrong and all. That is also possible. These are only SPP related field. Nothing is available on the ECC side. For that, you can use the mass D transaction as well if you know what the values we need to maintain it, right? Only SPP. That's how it's a SPP related tabs. Support this tab like procurement cost and all, or you have GRGI type. So when it comes to the deployment, how the part has to be replacement from the entry level to parent to child, what kind of deployment type has to be used. I think in SNP they use the same thing, push deployment, pull deployment. Similarly, means I haven't worked on push deployment. Always what I have seen is the pull deployment. So I will tell you what is push deployment, but the system wise I will not able to show you the push deployment, but I will show you the pull deployment. Then the inventory balancing and surplus. So when there is a extra stock is available, how to balance the inventory between the lateral locations. So then you need to run this particular planning services and all. So that details we will see when we reach to that particular module. Okay. So this is your product master. Any questions on this? See, again, you will see a lot of fields, right? It's not always you need to use it. There are certain fields really required, but certain fields, again, based on your project requirement, whether you need to use it or not. Now, for example, this ROP planning. Since we use the period-based planning in SPP, we don't use the ROP plan. So that means for me it is not required. But maybe other projects say, no, for certain parts I wanted to use the ROP planning. Yes. So that is also possible. So then you have to use this particular functionality. So basically you have to modify, and each and every field, I am also not sure, right? There are hundreds of fields. Every field cannot be used, their significance may not be very high and all, but when it comes to the certain fields which is really required, we will talk about it. SAP has given lot of documentation help.com on each and every field. If you need any details, you can go through that as well, because but it is highly impossible to cover each and every field. I would be talking about the one which is required for your SPP planning. Based on your project requirement, you could go for the other fields as well. Important tab means you can do a lot of customization in this mat one, and I have seen a lot of customization over here, because only these standards parameters are not good enough to run your SPP functionality. There has to be some other extra things, and that should come from your legacy system, that there are certain calculation you have to do it. So everything you can by ABAP program, you can develop the screens over here when to, and the data will be displayed. And when we are running the planning services, this data will be read and the calculation would happen. So that way it is good that extra tab has been given to make your own customization in Mat1. So I have created certain products. So I would say, the SIF now. Go create in ECC system certain parts that you would be using for your testing purposes, and all. Sift those parts, make it readily available in APO. And when we move further, then you can utilize those parts to run your scenarios. And I have sifted. I do not see any issue in SIF. But you have to do this system. See, not SPP is very complex and vast. It is not a standalone module. You need to have the integration between various systems. That is how the architecture we have seen. So for that reason, you have to go into the system and try out. Only if I show it here and if you do not practice this, when we move on to the other models, it will become very difficult to understand for you guys. These are kind of basic concept, little bit easy. Maybe you have heard it earlier. That's how you are able to, manage it somehow. But when you move on, it would be not that easy. And you are all new to SPP, because my impression was maybe, we're working on SPP, some of the, not all the concept, but little bit concepts you guys are aware, and that's how it would be okay. But if you are totally new, make sure that you go through the system, try out with your own products. Don't use the products what we are using for the demo purpose. I won't be able to set up all the test data again and again. So do it by yourself. ECC is not a new system for you, right? So create your own master data, create your own location, and just sift it and use those products. So try in the system, go to the Mat1, see what are the various fields you see it, and come out if there are any questions. The SIP we have seen it. The programs the commonly used programs, the transaction, go and check it in your current system as well. Don't run it, but at least what is there to execute and see the result. Because as I mentioned, there is not much data in these sandbox systems. So every transaction will not work what we are expecting. Okay, the error will be there, then we will resolve. No. If there is a huge data, then only you will find a lot of errors and issues. And if it is a limited data even, you will not see the performance issue now, because it's a very limited. But when you go to your live system, huge data is running, you will see the performance issue. So every scenario not possible to replicate. So if you have access, go back, check it out, just execute. Do not clear it or correct it if you are not the responsible, but there is no harm to go and check those transactions. All right. For example, the CRM, sales orders are getting created in the CRM, then it will flow to SPP, then it will get confirmed. This has to be an implementation project where the CRM is set up that way. Then only it will work out, not at the sandbox level. You understand, right? So that way, if it is SPP, it is a CRM, it is a EWM, it is a ECC, and it is SPP. So all these three plus SPP only work out. E2E scenario I'm talking about. If you are just focusing on the SPP functionality, we don't have to much bother about what is the other settings and all, because SPP consultant cannot be a CRM, EWM, and ECC consultant. So they are only the SPP. They will take care of the planning results. And once the data is transferred to ECC and all, the ECC team will take care, the CRM team will take care. If there are some goods receipts has to be done in EWM, we are not the responsible to complete that. Only what we have to do it, okay, once they are done with their transaction, with the stock is updated in SPP or not. That is more important for us. How they do, what are the different 10 fields they maintain in EWM to do the goods receipts and all, that is not our responsibility. So you have to make sure that your roles and responsibilities are clear, and we are not expert in the other modules, but yes, you have to be specifically good enough in SPP modules to handle all the issues.
Hey there! Want to get really good at managing supplies? SAP SPP course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about SAP SPP. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP SPP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.